Good morning.
Morning.
We will call to order the 2022-2023 Budget Workshop for the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners. At this point, we will invite Dr. Christina Moore, the senior pastor with the Apostolic International Deliverance Church, and she will give us the invocation. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Moss, and we will begin this meeting with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces. Would everyone please rise?
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to provide the invocation. And Chairman, I would be happy to do an invitation into the kingdom.
My apologies.
Into the kingdom if you desire.
Invited to do the invocation.
Father, we thank you right now in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. God, we exalt you this morning. In your word, we said to give thanks, and we give thanks for what you have done. We give thanks for what you're going to do, Father. We're asking you, God, to open up doors and pour out blessings that we have not room enough to receive, Father. We repent for every sin of omission and commission, for you said in your word, if my people which are called by your name will humble ourselves, repent, turn from our wicked ways and seek you, then we will hear from heaven and you will heal our lands. And Father, we need our lands to be healed. And in case someone doesn't know that they belong to you, Psalms the 24th chapter verse 1 says, the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell in it. And so, Father, we thank you. You're the great source of all resources. We thank you for uncovering resources. We thank you for endowing us with additional intellect, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Father, we bless the hands that have prepared this budget. We speak blessings. We not only speak, I decree and declare blessings over each and every commissioner, over each and every individual in this chambers, and over anyone who's listening. I decree and declare blessings. Father, we thank you for what you are going to do, and we speak peace into the atmosphere in Rick County, blessing into the atmosphere, oneness and unity. And we give you all the glory, all the power and dominion that's due unto you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
We recently celebrated the birth of our nation on the 4th of July with many wonderful local events, and what a joy it is to pledge allegiance to it. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Christina, thank you very much.
Yes.
That was inspiring.
And inviting.
Just for the members of the public out there, sometimes we go kind of quick, and if you're not exactly certain what item you're interested in, what department it might be, or what fund, please don't hesitate to raise your hand or stand up, and we will try to make sure we direct you to the appropriate part of the budget if you'd like to comment. Commissioners, as you know, we do not make motions on a workshop, but we do kind of come to consensus. So if we have any of those, we'll work on that. And again, if we're moving ahead of schedule, folks, we'll move things up from the back of the agenda up to the front. However, we do have a time certain at 1:30 for the Solid Waste Disposal District. And then, Commissioners, my thought is we'll go till about 12 to 12:15. Find a convenient time in there for a lunch break, and then we'll reconvene at 1:30 for solid waste, if that's good with everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will begin with the general overview, and that'll be presented by the County Administrator, Jason Brown. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Here we are again for another budget workshop, and just want to give a basic overview of the budget to get us started out. The overall county budget that we are presenting to you today, recommendation for next fiscal year is $451,964,531. That is a decrease of about $90 million from the current year budget as of March 31st, halfway through the year, is the benchmark that we use for comparison. However, that budget was amended from the initial budget. As we do rollovers of capital projects, we receive grants mid-year, have occasionally unexpected expenses that pop up. And the beginning budget was a little over $428 million. We are up about a little under $24 million, or 5.6% from that budget. I will point out that we are still below the budget amount of 2006-2007 of about $467 million. So with everything that's gone on with inflation over the years, particularly over the last year, and about 25,000 more residents to provide services to, I think that is a pretty good success story. So some of the major things impacting the budget are the tax roll increase. It was 13.5% on the countywide tax roll. Thank you, Wesley Davis, for that. That has provided us additional dollars to meet our rising costs. So that is reflective of the market out there. Obviously, we all know how strong the real estate market has been, with a lot of folks wanting to move here to Florida, and overall in Indian River County in particular, that has driven those costs up, which is exacerbating our affordable housing issue. But that is reflective of what we're seeing there. One of the largest single item that we fund in the budget is the sheriff's office, law enforcement being a primary function of government, and one of the most important, between that and fire rescue, the top priorities for the services that we provide. And among the many services that we provide are big priorities, but those are top priorities. So the sheriff's funding, the recommendation is an increase of $7.25 million from the current year budget. That's about $60 million, so that's a $67,250,000 budget recommendation. That is less than Sheriff Flowers initially requested, which was a little under $11 million increase. The sheriff and I and my staff and the sheriff's staff got together, talked about our limitations and the needs, and we were able to come to terms on that agreement, so on that amount. So I think that's a good result. As I said, a little less than the sheriff had wanted, probably a little more than I wanted, but that's what you find where you find good compromise, and I think it's something that works for the taxpayers, and it recognizes the importance of law enforcement in the current environment. We need to make sure that we're taking care of our first responders and providing enough resources for the law enforcement function. Another thing that we are seeing that's an increased cost is the retirement rate. As you all know, all counties are required to be members of the Florida retirement system. The state sets that rate for those each year. There were some rate increases, principally in the special risk, senior management, and elected officials classes this year, and that is about a $2.4 million impact countywide, including the constitutional officers. As I mentioned, the biggest impact is on the special risk category. So it's about $1.1 million in the sheriff's office budget, and about $750,000 in our fire rescue budget alone. Is just something we don't have any choice. That the cost is what it is. So if you look at that $7 million, for instance, from the sheriff's increase, $1.1 million is already baked in, just based on contributing to the retirement. We've continued to focus on our deferred maintenance and capital and renewal and replacement across the entire budget. Several years ago, when we were going through the downturn, we obviously deferred some items, some capital replacements, some of the maintenance that we needed to do. I'm proud that we have done, I think, a really good job of catching up on that. And the board provided direction that they wanted to make sure that we had a good, reasonable plan for that. And per board direction, we brought a 5-year plan back a few years ago. This is year 4 of that, and we are adhering to that plan. And there are $9.7 million in the budget scattered about on those various projects. One of the biggest costs, of course, of our organization, or pretty much any organization, is personnel. And so any changes in the positions can impact the cost of the budget. So the BCC departments show an increase of 12 full-time positions. to a total of 913. 4 of those are public safety related, 2 are for the children's services, although that's really a net 1. 3 of those are for handling the new development that's going on, the high level of development, so we can keep up with that. And then 2 positions are dedicated for our conservation lands and parks with our growing responsibilities there. I will point out that, again, our peak in 2006-2007 was 964 full-time employees. I think we've done a great job over the years of streamlining government, the county government, and we're providing much greater services with still fewer employees than we had 15 years ago. For instance, back then we had 11 fire stations. Now we've got 15 fire stations. 3 libraries now as opposed to 2 back then, to 3 of the main library branches, and various other things that we're doing, still doing more with less. One thing that is impacting the budget across the board is inflation. We're seeing this just like our taxpayers and residents are seeing in their own personal budgets. It impacts the county's budget as well. The May CPI reading, I think the nationwide one was 8.6%. We have typically used the CPI for the South for our contracts, and that's kind of the benchmarks we use, and that has typically been a little bit lower. One of the reasons we were using that for our contracts, it is a little higher right now, 9.2%, probably driven by all the demand from people coming here, just making that a little bit worse. So one of the big things is fuel. Obviously, that is a $700,000 increase from the current year budget. Electric is also going up. FPL got some rate increases approved. Natural gas prices are impacting that as well. And so we've got about a $1.3 million hit across the board on electric. Chemicals is another thing. That's a big expense in many of our departments, principally the utility department. And this is an area where you can't really cut back. You know, if your fuel prices are up at home, you might cut out a few extraneous trips, but if you need to put a certain amount of sodium hypochlorite in the water, you can't really cut back on that. So these things are items that we just have to take those cost increases. There isn't much to do about it. Similar situation, we're seeing an increase in medical supplies, for instance, in fire rescue, and that's not something where we can cut back and say, well, we're not going to buy as many medical supplies. We need the medical supplies on hand to provide the service. And there's not much flexibility on price with the supply chain issues. You're wanting to make sure that you have that, you have the stuff that you need. Solid waste, their contracts alone, the contractual increases where they're limited to a 3% increase are costing over $300,000, impacting the solid waste budget. Golf course maintenance, we are providing funding for a recommended 9.5% increase. That is more than is in the contract. We will be bringing something back to the board for consideration of an extra increase there. I will say that even with that, IGM, who's done a great job at the golf course for many years, is still, that price would be lower than the second bidder was when we put that out to bid a couple years ago. So, general fund taxable value, you know, what's the payoff of all this? Happy to announce that the general fund, which is the big one that everybody pays throughout the county, the millage rate is unchanged at 3.5475, unchanged for the last 4 years, and that is going to be sufficient to fund our needs. You can look at the historical ad valorem revenue, which is going up with the population and inflation, and really, if you go to the next page, it'll show the millage rate comparison. So we've got 3 different millage rates: general fund, as I said, that everybody in the county pays; MSTU, which is you pay if you live in the unincorporated area. So if you're not in one of our 5 municipalities, you pay this. It funds services for unincorporated areas such as law enforcement, roads, recreation, community development, those types of services. No change there. And then the emergency services district, which everyone except the residents of Indian River Shores pays into, as we provide fire rescue services to 4 municipalities and the unincorporated area. Again, no change there. And then that aggregate millage, there it is. It's that theoretical average of what everybody would pay us, and we've got to talk about that. We're required by state law to talk about the aggregate millage rate, so here it is. It is going from 6.1226 to 6.1286, and just highlighting the fact that that millage nobody pays that, and it's just strange to me that we didn't change any of our millages, but then the aggregate millage changes, so whatever. It's a small amount, and it's basically just an average of what everybody pays is the basic thing that I can say there. So we like to compare our general fund millage to our surrounding and comparable counties. As commissioners, I think you know, out of 67 counties in the state of Florida, we have the third lowest millage rate. I think we can be proud of that we are always trying to be responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollars, because the dollars that we get, we are the custodians of that. That's not our money, that's our taxpayer dollars. So we like to make sure that we're not charging a higher millage rate than we need to. Again, we've got the third lowest rate. So kind of on the left half of the screen, you've got the counties that surround us: St. Lucie, Osceola, Martin, and Brevard. We're substantially lower than all those except Brevard. I will point out that Brevard has the fourth lowest millage rate in the state of Florida. So everyone else of our surrounding folks is 6 or 7 mills. And then towards the right, you see the similarly sized counties like Charlotte and Santa Rosa and St. John's. They're all 5 to 8 mills. And I will say that overall, there are only 8 counties out of the 67 in the state of Florida that are under 4 mills, and only 6 more that are under 5 mills. So I think we are maintaining our low tax rate that we have in the county. Again, here's the general fund. About 3/4 of our total budget funds mandates for other agencies from the state. The largest one of those is constitutional officers, obviously, but then other things that we have to provide funding for the court system, health department, medical examiner, those types of agencies. So 3/4 of our budget is really something that goes to other entities and other responsibilities besides our own BCC departments. All right, and then the payoff here is, of course, we don't have a change in the tax rate. However, the folks that are homesteaded can receive an increase in their taxable value of up to 3% of the CPI, which, of course, this year it's 3%. So if you take the typical house, if you take the average of all the homesteaded properties based on the current year or the upcoming tax roll, that would be about a $274,000 house. Take out the $50,000 homestead exemption for a $224,000 value. You will see that with no change in the rate, while the assessed value is going up 3%, the taxable value goes up 3.7%. So those taxes that person pays will be going up about 3.7% for your typical homeowner. And depending on where you live in the county, you pay different rates, but in order to just at the bottom line, if you're living in the unincorporated area, you pay all of them. So that person's tax bill would be going from $1,525 to $1,581. That's a $56 increase, or about $4.50 a month that their tax bill would be going up. As I mentioned, inflation's hitting us. It's also hitting our taxpayers. We are trying to make sure we're not aggravating the situation. Their price of fuel and food and housing's gone up over the last year, and we are trying to make sure that we're not increasing their cost of taxes for their county government, at least, but it is going up about 3.7%. All right. That is the overall overview.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments for Jason on the overview? None? Okay, well, Jason, let's go ahead and dig right into the general fund.
All right. So the general fund budget, that tax roll increase of 13.5% that I mentioned does bring us about $9.3 million in additional revenue. So we're able to use those dollars to fund the cost increases that we're facing. So no change in the millage rate again. Our constitutional officers overall are going about $6.2 million. Some of those increases are funded in other departments and other funds as well. We talked about state mandates. Children's services, we've got the increase of $121,000, or 5.2% based on the increase in tax roll from last year, and that is at the 1/8 of a mil funding The board did approve a change to the ordinance earlier this year where we could go up to a quarter of a mil. We're not doing that this year. That will be up for consideration for an increase in the mill next year. Again, the inflation impact, fuel and electric alone is about $400,000 here in the general fund. We got $300,000 for deferred maintenance, and those positions, seven of the BCC positions, 7 of the total 12 BCC positions are in the general fund. And there is just a breakdown that shows our county departments make up just under 20% of the total general fund. We fund the constitutional officers are about 64% all told, state agencies, children's services, nonprofits, and various other agencies make up the balance in addition to reserves. All right, and as shown before, our millage history, no change for the last 4 years. It is no change from the current. It is 11% above the rollback rate. And we can go on straight into the departments if you like. So the first budget up is Bcc Operations. That budget is $1.1 million, up about $38,000 or 3.4%. The primary driver there is that increase in the FRS rates. That's about $28,000 of that increase. County Attorney's Office, again, FRS is impacting that, causing a large portion of the $36,000 increase. About $12,000 is FRS. We have about a $15,000 in there for a public records software system that will enable us to track and respond to public records requests better. GIS system transfer, that is something that is spread across all the departments for our GIS, our various maps that we have, and that is going up 7.5% or $5,000. Communications, emergency services, this is where we fund the maintenance for our 800 megahertz radio towers. That is a budget of $905,907. It's going up $231,000 or 34%. I will point out that the largest item there is about $150,000 for security upgrades, cameras and alarms. There at those sites, we have 6 of them overall, and sometimes there are people come into those areas that aren't authorized to be there. So this is a way to keep track of those as well as monitor to make sure that the ACs are working because there's equipment that generates a lot of heat in those. So we got to keep the ACs going and keep a certain temperature in there so that those don't get damaged. We do also have about $50,000 for replacement AC units in those structures in the year. The main library is a $2.7 million budget. That is going up 0.7%. Nothing really significant there. The North County Library is $1,141,710. It's going down about $240,000 or 17.5%. The main reason for that is we had a portion of the library expansion that's going on right now in the current year budget for about $230,000. A portion of that was funded with donations, and it's reflected in the North County Library budget there. So that's the reason for the decrease. Aside from that, we're pretty close to flat there. Bracket Library, again, $430,000. That's an increase of about 4.3%. Soil and Water Conservation, $63,000, up about 3.9%. The Law Library is going down it's $72,000. It's down by about $34,000. The primary reason for that is we've had turnover in the employee there. We had a long tenured employee, and the new person in there is at a lower rate and I believe at a lower health insurance cost as well. County Administrator's Office, $646,000. That's going up 7.7%. The primary driver there is the FRS rates going up. General Services is $175,000 almost. That is going up 1.9%. Human Resources is $708,000, up about 1% from the current year. Planning and Development is going to zero from the current year. No expense there. That is a mid-year item that we add as needed. Veteran Services, $174,000. $85 going down about 5.3%. And again, there we've had some employee turnover, a long tenured employee, some replacement employees at a lower cost. Emergency management, that is $567,000. It's essentially flat. We do have one additional position there that would be a mitigation specialist that where we could maximize our opportunities to go get grant dollars from FEMA and other agencies for mitigation activities that will help better prepare all of the county's facilities and operations for disasters, as well as just kind of beefing up our emergency management core there during disasters. And that is offset by about an $80,000 decrease in mid-year grants. We get grants throughout the year. Those aren't in the new year budget. They'll be added as we receive them. So that's why it looks like it's flat there. Parks Department, $3.3 million is essentially flat. We do have one additional full-time maintenance worker here. That position is needed to provide service to the park facilities. These folks also help out with the conservation lands management, which is a responsibility that's growing and growing. We're opening or expanding 4 facilities in the next year to include Jones Pier, the Craigle household, the Hallstrom farmstead, and the Oyster Bar Marsh, so additional maintenance responsibilities there. Fuel is about a $20,000 impact here.
Jason, can you go back
Yep.
just real quick, please? On veteran services, I know earlier this year I got some emails regarding the level of service. And I think part of it was we had some staff was out with COVID, and then we also had an unfilled position, which was kind of leading up to the delay in services. Are we fully staffed now, do you know, or?
We are fully staffed up there. That was a temporary situation. We had a vacancy, and then also even once you have someone, they've got to go through required VA training before you can put them out there. And then we've got, like at the North County office, you've got one person there, one officer there that, they've got to be ready to go and be able to answer the questions when we put them on that front line. But that is fully staffed now, and we're good on that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, Human Services, $375,602. That's an increase of $89,000 or 31%. This is where we are technically showing 2 additional full-time positions. I will note it as a net of 1 because we currently have a contract with the Health Department for 1 contract employee that services our Human Services Director. We will be adding 1 position. We'll also be planning to terminate that agreement with the Health Department. We've had the communications with them, and that is an additional position so that we are prepared for the new Children's Services Ordinance changes that are coming and the anticipated increase in funding next year. One of the things that was raised as we were looking at the Children's Services Ordinance was the oversight and management of the agencies and the dollars, and we believe this will put us in a better place for providing those services. We have had some discussions with the Children's Trust Group about potential funding partnership. Nothing has been formally agreed to, but we'll continue pursuing that opportunity for maybe a funding partnership for the first year of that position. Next year, that position, the positions here will be rolled into the Children's Services overall funding. Ag Extension, $196,000, down about $10,000 or 4.9%. That is due to some staff turnover. We have our Christine Kelly is retiring, and so that the new replacement will be a little bit of a cost savings. Parks Conservation Lands is $663,000. That's up about $180,000 or 37%. We do have 1 additional full-time position here, a program specialist that will help with the management of those properties and help with our with educational courses and classes and also volunteer organization. That's a small but mighty group that is taking on more and more responsibility. This is going to provide them a little bit more resources to help with their growing responsibilities, and they've been doing a great job of getting volunteers to help out and do plantings at a lot of these facilities and do help us with some of the services. This position will also enhance that capability. Next is purchasing, $254,000, an increase of about $4,000 or 1.8%. Next is facilities management, $5.2 million, an increase of $244,000 or 4.9%. About $150,000 of that is anticipated increase in electric costs. We are also experiencing about a $22,000 increase here. The city of Vero is set to potentially adopt a stormwater fee, a stormwater assessment, and we're tax exempt, but we're not assessment exempt, so we would have to pay that if they do that. Countywide, I think it's about a $33,000 impact, but it's $24,000 here, so we've got that budgeted, assuming that the city does adopt that stormwater assessment, and it is lower than the amount that they were considering last year. I will mention that. Another thing where inflation is hitting us is we've just got about a $20,000 increase in cleaning supplies and institutional supplies for our buildings as the cost of everything is just seemingly going up. Office of Management and Budget, $472,000. That's an increase of $18,000 or 4%. FPL grant expenditures, $167,123. That's a decrease of about 10.2%. That is the grant that FPL provides for us to have a radiological emergency preparedness. All of the drills and the preparation for the nuclear facility in southern St. Lucie County is housed there, and FPL funds those costs per our agreement. Next is the information systems telecom transfer. That budget is about $1.3 million, an increase of $332,000 or 34.6%. So fairly significant increase there, as we've got some significant backup hardware that we are budgeting as we continue to improve our cybersecurity response there. We also have some things that we're picking up that we were able to fund some of our expenses with CARES Act and ARP dollars through COVID, as we had people remote working and all that type of stuff. Some of that stuff is rolling onto our plate, so that is some of the impact there as well. Insurance premiums, $495,359, an increase of about $80,000 or 20%. As approved by the board, our renewal for our insurance went up by about 20%. Nothing unique to us. People in their own homeowners' policies are seeing increases like this. So just our increased cost of insurance, and this is charging the general fund their share. Animal control, just under $900,000. There's an increase of $238,000 or 36%. The primary driver there is we have 2 additional full-time positions, animal control officers. We have historically been a Monday to Friday operation. Of course, you have animal control incidents on the weekend. We've tried to cover those for many years with on-call and working with law enforcement to help us out, but it can kind of put us in a little bit of a strain on the weekend. So we're proposing 2 full-time animal control officers to have a 7-day-a-week presence there so that we can handle those weekend calls better. Mailroom switchboard, $155,000, essentially flat. And then last, we've got the Indian River Lagoon Department, where we fund things like the lagoon plan. That's $195,000, up $3,000 or 1.6%. One item of note there, we do have $30,000 in the budget for a muck mapping exercise that we are potentially planning to do, possibly with FIT, to kind of get an idea of the muck situation and get better data there. So with that, that's all the general fund departments, and everybody's probably tired of hearing me talk, so I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions for Jason on the general fund? Anyone from the audience that would like to comment on any of these categories? Okay, Jason, the only thing I would say is, and I said this last year on information technology and our cybersecurity and stuff, I'm not saying give Dan Russell a blank check, but I'm kind of saying give him a blank check. I remain very impressed with the job he and his team are doing. And the whole cybersecurity thing is so critical these days. And in Commissioner Fleischer, I think you'll agree, in my 16 years, I haven't seen so many messages of we're doing upgrades on this and upgrading this security and upgrading that security. It just seems almost a constant
Weekly.
evolution of those things. So, so again, I'm very impressed with the job Dan and his team are doing, and I would say we want to make that a very critical category for us going forward. But I think they're doing a great job. But and that's, I think, all I have. That, and commissioners, everybody else is good. No comments? No reductions in the county attorney's budget or anything, or?
I thought that was eliminated, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right, so Jason, I think we're good. And again, for anybody in the audience wanted to comment on any of the categories we just covered? Okay, seeing none. Jason?
All right. Well, first of all, thank you about IT. I think they are doing a great job, and that is an important function. And I think we've come a long ways. You know, once upon a time, we didn't really put a lot of emphasis on IT infrastructure, and with the recent cybersecurity, issues and threats, I think we've come a long way there. And Dan and his staff have done a great job in that. I only hope he's not listening, because we may have a bigger increase next year. So up next, we have our constitutional officers, and these folks are funded primarily in the general fund, but it's spread across multiple funds in many cases. So what we have here is the total budget for those agencies. I want to thank collectively all of our constitutional officers who by and large do a great job of being fiscally conservative and making sure that they are being responsible with taxpayer dollars overall. So starting with the clerk, $1,393,770. That's up about $153,000 or 12.4%. One impact here is the 0.75 FTE that you see in the total there, and that is for an overlap for the internal auditor who is planning to retire during next fiscal year. So that's to provide an overlap there. That's the principal cost driver there. Tax collector Carol Jean, again, does a great job every year. We don't have her budget yet. It is not due per state statute till August 1st, so we never know what that number is. So the dollar amount that we've got there is basically just a county staff estimate, and so that's showing a 1.1% increase. But to be clear, that is not based on a budget that she has submitted to us, as it's not due till August 1st, as she is a fee officer as well. So that's why that's a different date than everyone else. Property appraiser, $4,355,690, an increase of a little under $300,000 or 7.3%. No change in staffing, I don't believe, there. And again, thank you to Wesley for that tax roll, and his budget increase is less than the tax roll increases, so that's good. And then the sheriff, as we talked about before, $67,250,000, an increase of $7.2 million or 12.1%. I will add that is a historic increase for the sheriff. Going back on a dollar basis, at least, I think the largest increase that we had provided was about $4.5 million about 15 years ago. Sheriff Electric's broken out separately. We've got an increase there reflecting the cost of that. Supervisor Elections, $1,759,504, an increase of $30,000 or 1.7%. And I don't know how Leslie does it, but I'm not going to question it, other than to just thank her for always coming in with a responsible budget. And then we have not a constitutional officer per se, but an expense that's the Value Adjustment Board that we share with the school board per state law. We're showing $60,000 in expense there, no change from the current year. So with that, overall, constitutional officers about $79 million, an increase of a little under $8 million or 11%. And so with that, I'll stop talking, and I believe they're here and may have a few words to say.
I know the clerk, Jeff Smith, had an speaking engagement in Orlando, I believe, this week for a conference, but Ryan Butler is here. Ryan, I promised Jeff we would grill you over this, so come on up and.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm mindful of some advice I got back in law school that sometimes saying less is more. And I think Dylan could attest that that's really tough advice for an attorney sometimes. But Clerk Smith did want to be here this morning. He's fulfilling his duties as the newly elected chairman of the Florida Clerks of Court Operations Commission. And that's a mouthful, but we call it the CCOC. That is the court operations funding arm for all 67 clerks across the state of Florida. So it's really a great honor for Jeff to be selected by his fellow clerks for that position. I think it's really a testament to the experience that he has, as well as the respect that his peers give him in electing him to that position. But we definitely want to thank the commission and Jason Brown, Kristen Daniels, and county staff for the open lines of communication that you have always had with the clerk's office. I can tell you that in other counties across the state, that's not always the case. And we are very fortunate and grateful that we have those open lines of communication with the commission and the county staff. And we look forward to continuing that in the future. I know we had a chance to talk individually with each commissioner earlier this week about the budget proposal. I don't know if you have any specific questions for me. If you don't, I'll be happy to follow the professor's advice and take my seat.
Commissioners, any questions of Ryan? Ryan, I just want to say that Jeff and his entire team, and I don't think the general public really realizes how much work you all do for the county, being our comptroller, our internal auditor. You keep making sure that where the money is spent properly. As we get reimbursement requests from all the different agencies we deal with, that your office reviews those invoices and make sure that we're paying for the things we actually should have received. Jeff's work on getting the vacation rental, the tourist tax collected has been phenomenal. That he keeps finding ways to collect more and more on that. And then I always like to sing the praise for him with his popular annual financial report. Last week at the State of the County, I distributed an entire carton of those, and I'm pleased to say every single copy got taken home. And so I think that's just a great resource. So just want to commend Jeff and his entire team. You all do a great job. And a lot of it is unsung, the Unsung Hero Award here, but you all do a great job keeping our finances straight, and I just want to publicly recognize that and thank you and Jeff and everybody for all you do for the county.
Thank you.
And with that, you're free to sit down. We'll tell Jeff you did a good job. I don't see Carol Jean here. Is there anyone from the tax collector? She will probably come back next month with her budget, but property appraiser, Mr. Wesley Davis. Good morning, Wesley.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, County Administrator, Council. Well, I didn't go to law school, but auctioneer, so I'm going to be a little bit wordy this morning. We've got a budget before you. The lion's share of the increase is COLA, is merit, and FRS. The only thing that we really have in here that's I'm going to say new is about $80,000. And those are two different softwares. We had a migration of our GIS over to the Esri new software. They were phasing what we had out. As you can imagine, everybody's kind of used to that, I suppose. And with that, we hired Panda Consultant to help us step through that migration process. And it was successful, but we still have them retained into next fiscal year, just in case we have any problems. The other one, excuse me, the other one is just appraised. And this is something that we're partnering with the clerk of the circuit court, and it's artificial intelligence, if you will, to be able to read documents that get recorded over in the clerk's office. We get the data dump. And then what it does is it actually will self-populate the fields of the deeds, the lot, block, et cetera. And it basically makes it to where our staff can, instead of physically doing it, they can review it is the goal. And this has been working well in several other counties. Specifically reached out to Seminole County, who the way counties' property appraisers measure themselves as far as their workload, et cetera, is by parcel numbers. And so we have approximately 110,000 parcels in the county. Seminole County has more than 200. The person that I have doing this on a daily basis, whenever they read death certificates, mortgages, they read deeds, obviously, life estates, just you name it. There's any document that gets recorded over there. It's a full-time job, obviously, but right now we're further behind on, by the time that document gets recorded and it gets updated on my website, to me is too long. And it can be up to 45 days, which is inexcusable, and as fast as 2 weeks. And so in order to speed that process up and to make it within a 48-hour to 72-hour turnaround, which is what my goal is, we're going to try this just appraised process, and that individual is able to take care of Seminole County in an hour. So I figure that's a lot cheaper than hiring a second person to help accomplish that task. So that's pretty much it. So in May, whenever we started putting together the budget, I had my staff, my department heads come to me, and we talked about what we needed to get the job done. And then they've asked me what I thought about it, and I said, well, I'll tell you the budget I want it to be tight and neat. And it got quiet just like that, and they said, well, what exactly do you mean by that? And I said, I don't know, let me think about it. So I left, went to, figured I'd just get a haircut. Barbara said, how do you like it? I said, tight and neat.
Tight and neat.
So when I came back, I said, guys, like this, pretty close to this. So picture's worth 1,000 words, and that's what we have here in front of you right now is one that, as you know, I'm tasked to submit a budget to the Department of Revenue that's not excessive nor inadequate to do the job we need to do. And that's what I have in here before you today to ensure that the tax rolls that we put over to you, they'll be on time, accurate, and under budget.
Wesley, I know that since you've taken office, you've implemented a lot of new technology to speed things up and streamline and hopefully cost savings. So I want to thank you for all your efforts on that and bringing all that forward. I think from my point of view, what I hear from Jason and staff is that the information we're getting from the property appraiser's office and the communication, cooperation has been phenomenal. So thank you very much for the job you're doing.
Thank you, and I'll pass that along to my crew.
Yep, they're doing a great job. Now, are you going to do the big Halloween contest again this year?
Always,
All right.
absolutely. For those of
Okay.
you that don't know, we have a chili contest, and so we invite the commissioners over, and we each give them a little ticket. They can all sample it, and they chose which one, and if the property appraiser don't win, nobody gets a cola. So,
Thank you, Wesley.
all right, thanks.
I'm going to jump down now to Supervisor Elections. Ms. Leslie Swan is here, and Leslie, good morning, welcome.
Hello, Commissioner O'Brien and the rest of the commissioners here. I'd like to thank you all for your continuous support of the Supervisor of Elections office, especially during these turbulent times of political polarization. Budgeting for the upcoming year was definitely a challenge. We're currently experiencing significant increase in the cost of goods and services due to high inflation. Paper supply is scarce and the costs have skyrocketed. In elections, we need paper for everything: ballots, forms, poll worker manuals, sample ballots, voter cards, etc. As with other services, the post office has increased postal rates. Recently, it just went up 4 cents per letter to 57 cents. The certified mail fee increased by 25 cents per mail piece, and for return receipt, 20 cents. Additional price increases are scheduled for January and also July of 2023 with the post office. These postal increases are not good news for election offices, especially since the Florida legislature enacted Senate Bill 524, which mandates the implementation of additional list maintenance programs to assist in identifying voters that records need their updating. These list maintenance programs involved mailing address confirmation cards and address final notices where applicable to all registered voters who haven't voted during the last 2 general elections. While more frequent list maintenance is welcome, these mailings will have a substantial effect on our postage and printing costs, approximately an additional $50,000. Senate Bill 524 also changed the term of our drop boxes to secure ballot intake stations, which seems very silly with just a few words, but this means that we have to change the verbiage on 100,000 secrecy sleeves for our vote by mail envelopes revisions to our election worker training materials and forms, in addition to signage. Our 2022-23 budget also includes the addition of one new Election Day polling site to accommodate increased population growth in our county. Today, I respectfully request this Commission's approval of our 2022-2023 budget, which is $16,291 decrease from the last fiscal year. While the county's budget shows a 1.7% increase in our proposed budget, $46,378 from our budget requested last year was paid with funds from the American Rescue Plan, and this dollar amount is not reflected in the 2021-2022 general fund. So I want to thank my staff, too, because they do a really good job of cutting costs wherever they can. You have any questions?
Well, Leslie, Jason mentioned it earlier, and I concur. I don't know how you do it, but you seem to get more done with less every year, and every year we have an election that goes flawlessly. And I know I've told you before, but I'll tell you again, I can't tell you how important that is to me as an elected official representing this county to be able to say, no, our elections went off without a hitch. And when you look what goes around the state and the country, not a whole lot of people can make that claim. And so I'm very proud to be able to claim that our elections office does a great job. So I want to commend you. And you probably get more unfunded state mandates than we do. So to be able to keep up with all that, you all are doing a great job. We have a primary election coming up on August 23rd. Here's a chance for you to put a plug in. How are you on your poll workers, volunteers? Do you need any additional help?
We're doing pretty well right now, and actually tomorrow we're dropping 45,000 mail ballots in the mail, and we printed all of them and stuffed all of them ourselves. So it's really busy over there at
Right.
the elections office. But the cost of postage is ridiculous because we just mailed out 117,000 voter cards. We've gotten 3,000 back in the mail already as undeliverable. So then that sends off a whole nother chain of events. So.
I did receive my new voter card, so thank you. I got it put away. So, well, again, Leslie, you and your team just do such a fantastic job. Thank you. You make me proud to be able to say our supervisor does a great job.
Thank
So,
you. We pray a lot because a lot can go wrong quickly. So,
all
thank
right.
you very much.
Commissioner Fleischer.
I just want to, Leslie, once again, phenomenal work. And I do know how you do it because we have a chance to take a look at your numbers as well. But I wanted to point out that your office is probably the most reliant upon volunteers and people stepping up to the plate and making sure that our system works as well as it does. And that's what assists you with your budget as well. But I wanted to point out to them, thank you, because fuel costs are extremely high. And they're driving their vehicles the same way as when Ms. Deagle talks about her Meals on Wheels. Volunteers in Indian River County are still volunteering despite the high cost of fuel, and they're driving wherever you need to be driven to. So I wanted to say thank you to what you're doing, but thank all of your volunteers.
I concur.
Okay, Leslie, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And now Sheriff Flowers. Good morning and welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you guys for making time for us today. I want to thank my staff that's here, Under Sheriff Rollin, Deputy Chief Rich, and CFO Amy Cooper for their work on our budget, our original presentation. I want to thank you guys for taking time out of your days to come and sit with us and talk about this over the last few months. Thank you to Kristen and Jason for their assistance to get us to a point of where we have a staff recommendation. I think when we met, we talked about that I felt like we could get to a point of staff recommendation, and fortunately we did get there today. I do want to talk about the items that are driving our costs up. You guys have mentioned it multiple times today. The inflation, this morning we got the 9.1 CPI that came out, continues to rise. That's the cost of fuel. That's the cost of our software contracts, of everything that we're doing over there. That's a huge driver. The second item that's driving the cost up is our medical. When I took office as sheriff, previous to my time as sheriff, every other sheriff before had been responsible for the jail medical. We entered into a contract with Treasure Coast Community Health, and Vicki Soule and her team have been phenomenal partners. In May, we finalized that contract. That's a net increase to the inmate healthcare costs of about $800,000. That accounts for increase in our budget, where our inmates are now receiving better healthcare through TCCH. They're becoming clients of TCCH, and when they're released from the jail and back out to being productive citizens, they can visit TCCH and continue the healthcare that they receive in our jail. So we're proud of that partnership and where that's going. We believe that will pay dividends in the community in the future, and we think it's a positive thing. And then, of course, lastly, just from the cost of everything going up, the healthcare, and boy, I'm drawing a blank on my third one. How do you like that? It's a great deal that we've been able to come to an agreement on this. That we're able to come to this, and I'm sure you guys have questions for me. We also have a video that we're going to play that's going to explain to you just one case, one day in the life of one single case that we have. And so if you guys want to ask questions or talk first, or we can play the video, it's completely up to you.
Just, I know, Sheriff, in your proposed budget, you were looking to increase your personnel on road patrol and such.
Yes.
How does that market look out there going forward? Do you think there's sufficient recruitment and bodies to be able to fill those positions, or how do you feel about doing that?
That's our third item. Our original budget request that came in at almost $11 million had over 35 new employees, new sworn employees. We've come to an agreement where we're actually going to be able to put 28 full-time sworn deputies out in both road patrol and in our jail. As far as recruiting, I swore in 12 new employees on Monday. We've been doing a great job here at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office on getting people here. We're also thankful to our governor who enacted the bill that allows for a $5,000 bonus for law enforcement coming from outside of the state, as well as bonuses for people attending the academy up to $1,000. And so we've already seen that. We actually have some folks who are receiving that bonus as of this month. So very exciting. I believe that with those 28 positions, that in the course of the next year, we should be able to fill them. We've actually staggered them, recognizing that training that many people will be a difficult task. But looking back historically, in 2010, the Indian River County Sheriff's Office had 544 full-time employees. As I stand here today, I have 519 full-time employees. On top of that, in 2017, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas happened. The school resource team went from 11 to 27. So we've lost over 40 sworn positions, and so this increase of putting 20 back will get us going in the right direction. So when folks see that the original request was $11 million, our staff back at the Sheriff's Office, we had needs everywhere, and so we've done a great job of paring that down to work with the county to be able to find what we can do to get sufficient coverage to where we need to be today, and we'll continue to come forward with you in the future to be asking for looking towards the future. When I see that the Oslo exchange is moving forward, and I see some of the projects that are moving forward, in my mind, we're going to need more protection. We're going to need more law enforcement. We're going to need more folks. And so we're just going to continue, the county's continuing to grow, and as we grow, we're going to need more law enforcement. So I appreciate your support. Thank you for all you guys have done to get us here, but I do believe we're going to have no problem filling those positions.
Okay. And then I know you put some money into the license plate reader cameras, and I think you've had some real successes with those, and I think that's great because you're now catching the bad guys as they're coming into our county, and then your deputies can respond to them before they have a chance to do any harm or damage to our constituents. So I think that's been an awesome program moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know there's been a lot of conversation about it, but I'll tell you, a couple days ago, I was coming into work, and I heard in the morning a license plate reader hit right near 95. It was a stolen vehicle that got off 95, went right to the Wawa. Our guys were able to jump on that vehicle, take it into custody. It was stolen out of Tequesta, and that's somebody who's getting off at our exit for some reason. And for us to be able to take them into custody before they can do any harm here is a great thing. And we've had so many instances where our license plate reader technology has made a difference. We had that murder suspect out of Seminole County. He murdered a gentleman up there, showed up in our county, hit on the license plate readers. Ultimately, we did have to shoot him here, but he was taken into custody, and he didn't hurt anybody. So we're very proud of that. It's been a great program. One of my campaign provinces was leveraging technology, and that's been a great tool for us. So thank you for recognizing that.
And then, I want the public to know, and particularly the employees that you have, just because you've agreed to a lesser number than you asked for doesn't mean you weren't fighting for your budget. And I think it's important that people realize that it is kind of a negotiation thing between you and Jason and Kristen and Amy, but it's one of those things where I think it's great for the community that you're able to come to an agreement. Probably neither one of you is happy. You probably wanted more. Jason wanted less. That's probably one of the better, negotiated things, is where neither party really claims a big win. But I think it's really important to the community that we have a relationship with our sheriff where we can come to an agreement and fund you, hopefully to the level that you think you can make work, and that we don't have to go to the press and cry murder and rape and this and that, or run to Tallahassee. So I want to say I'm very appreciative of the fact that you did work with Jason. I did hear something about a 2 out of 3 arm wrestling or something. I don't know if that's how you all figured it out, but however you did it, I just want to say I think personally and professionally it makes our county look good. And when we have
great staff, we've got a great relationship. We actually, I enjoy meeting with them. So
so when we have good cooperation, I think the community wins. So I want to really thank you for that and coming forward. And you've got your number, and you'll make it work, I'm sure. And then we'll just go from there, and that's good for the community.
Good deal. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other commissioners?
Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I also understand in this budget you have increased pay increases for your current staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have 5 unions at the sheriff's office, so I can't negotiate here in front of you guys. But the offer for all non-union, well, it's not an offer. What the non-union employees will receive a 7% raise. That is calculated into this. We are currently in union negotiations, so that will have to work out with all of them.
Right. Because I know that's one of the things that we've always supported, is making sure your officers and our first responders, we're taking care of their quality of life and giving them the things that they need so they can do their jobs and go home safely.
Without a doubt, and I thank you for that. And as we talked about before, with a 9% CPI, a 7% increase is really a 2% loss on their salary. So, it's a struggle. When we did the budget back in May, my budget is due May 1st. I calculated in that 7% number. We hope that inflation continues to, we hope that we start to see an improvement on that, but there's no guarantees at this point.
And then my next question, I heard you say that you were going to be adding road patrol deputies.
Yes, ma'am.
So in my district, Bureau Lake Estates and Roseland are always having issues with traffic. I'm sure you get the phone calls as well. So with this new budget, will I be able to let them know that they will see an increased presence in those communities, because there has been some speeding violations and safety concerns, because they are very compact communities with a lot of kids and those types of things.
Sure, and I would encourage them to continue to reach out to our customer service as they're having those issues. With those 14 positions, everybody starts in road patrol, so we will have an increase. And I will tell you, since I took office as sheriff, we've added another zone in the north end of the county, so they should be seeing better service anyway. If they're having issues, I'm certainly welcome to call our customer service, and they can direct our traffic unit to any specific issues that they're having. The best thing that we can ask for is, if folks are having issues with speeding, times that they're happening, to really narrow down, because our folks will go out and sit and deal with those issues for them. I actually have a meeting with some folks in Bureau Lake Estates next Monday about golf carts. They're trying to become a golf cart community. I'm aware of that. And so we're working with those communities, and we will continue to. So we're wide open. Love to talk to any of your constituents that want to address any concerns, and we're here for you.
Awesome, thank you. And then my last question, I know you just made the comment that with some of the road expansions that we were talking about, like the Oslo interchange and things like that, you're going to need to continue to hire beyond this year's hiring. So with the large increase this year, I think we were able to make that work without having to raise the millage rate because Wesley found some extra dollars at the end of the day, and that taxable value ended up a little bit higher than we had anticipated. But up until 2 weeks ago, we were trying to figure out how we were gonna make it work without having to raise the millage rate, because passing that on to the taxpayers and with inflation and everything that they're dealing with was not something that we really wanted to do. So I guess my question is, projecting out into the future, if these are things that you're anticipating, what should we expect from you next year or the year after? Do you have some kind of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 year plan of what you're trying to do there? Because we have our 5-year plans and our 10-year plans and our projects and things that we're required to do from the state. And then as you have noted, more people moving to the community, that's more services that we have to deliver, more infrastructure we have to put in and maintain. So I think it would be nice to kind of know what your plans are for that, so we can start trying to figure out in a more collaborative manner versus kind of getting hit with this huge number halfway through. So do you have any?
I'm actually proud to tell you that in the back there is Casey. He is our new planner, and we're doing exactly that. We're in the process of developing those, looking at your build-out plans, looking at what that looks like to be able to give you guys a plan. Jason and I met earlier, it was last week, and talked a little bit about the potential for that interchange that we're now using the range out there, the old prison range that we're leasing, and the idea that we're going to be in need of a training facility in the future. We're hoping that you have some property out by the dump somewhere that we'll be able to convert. But I would assume, and as Casey continues to grow into this role as planner, and we at the Sheriff's Office grow into it, that we'll be able to account for when these new folks move in and the new construction happens, that we'll be able to fund those as the growth happens, not in a way that impacts taxes, hopefully. So we're thinking along the same lines you are. We do not want to be adversarial in any way on this. We want to grow along with the county at the right pace.
Well, I mean, I've just had just for you guys' information, I've had a lot of residents ask me about the sheriff's budget specifically. I know it's a little bit more close to the vest than some of the other budgets, but the concern is as the economy it's kind of cooling off, and then as it goes back down, are these increases going to continue? And if they do continue, should they be concerned about millage rate increases? And I think for me, moving forward as that happens, that is a concern as well. I don't think we can absorb an $11 million, even a $7 million increase 2 or 3 years out when those property values come down, and that's reflected in what our taxable value is. So I just say that for what it's worth. I mean, I appreciate you getting with Jason and crunching those numbers down, but I would, I think I would feel remiss if I didn't say I do have some concerns into the future with some of these larger increases, just because we all try to be as fiscally conservative as possible, and we have responsibilities we're going to have to fund as well. But I'm glad we're taking care of your guys. That's the most important thing, making sure that they have what they need to do a safe job and get home safe. So I do appreciate that being in here.
Appreciate you guys working with us. Anything else?
Vice Chairman Urban?
Sheriff, thanks again for working with our staff and your staff. I know each of you personally very well, and I appreciate the camaraderie and the honesty and the effort with that. It's to be commended for that. And I would echo what Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Adams both said. Let's take care of our people out there on the streets and keep them happy, keep them safe. The other thing I would ask you, I know we talked about this briefly, the new law that the legislature passed with regards to sheriff's offices not basically having to come back with budget amendments to let us know. I would just ask you to keep the transparency door open, and if you don't necessarily need to maybe come back to us and maybe let Kristen or Jason know if you're doing something. You don't have to, but I want to keep that door open just so everybody's aware of what's going on. So just I would ask you to keep that in mind and
you got
see what we can do.
Absolutely. Throughout the process, I feel like we've been very transparent with where the money was going and, what we're asking for, and we'll continue to do that. There's no secrets. We're an open book. Everything's public record at the Sheriff's Office. So happy to share anything you guys want to know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't want to risk redundancy. That's all been said. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. We have a little video. It's 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you want to run the video? Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff.
This video we're debuting, this is a reference to Operation Weeping Willow, a case that we did earlier this year in relation to a cold case. We'll also be pushing this out to our social media in the near future.
Unfortunately, we do have a small subset of bad actors in our community, and it's our job as law enforcement to ensure that they're held accountable and that they're taken out of our community forever. Before I was sheriff even, we've been working on this case. I was the major of the Bureau of Law Enforcement. I responded out to the scene as they were recovering Brandon's body. I knew that this was one of those cases that, with the drug connections, something that we really needed to invest our time and energy into. When I became sheriff, I made sure that our detectives knew that this case was a priority to me. A lot of people don't realize how intertwined drugs and other crimes are. Having spent time in our undercover drug unit, I knew that we needed to expand. These are very manpower intensive cases, and this is just one of many cold case homicides and drug related homicides that we're working. Even with the folks that we had in the unit, it wasn't enough to do this case.
You guys see the manpower that's here? This is a huge operation that we're undertaking today. We're going after murderers, real, serious crime.
It's a very unusual day here in Indian River County. Sheriff Eric Flowers has been able to put together a multidisciplinary task force. Local police, sheriffs, DEA, Homeland Security, FBI, to take down a really dangerous drug dealer. Police believe that his partner killed a young man from Sebastian and buried him in the back of a drug house. And hopefully we're going to catch the guy that'll be able to make a deal and tell us who killed this young man from Sebastian, Florida. It's going to be a rock and roll day today.
So when you're talking about an operation, especially one like this that's over 2 years in the making, you have to sit and you have to be patient. It's a lot of moving parts. You've got 8 people spread across 6 different locations. Your main target, his street name is Peanut, Roberto Gamez. He's the one that should have direct knowledge of the homicide, which is obviously the primary focus of this investigation. We are hitting 1006, this parcel, and 1008 Vernon Street. This is where the majority of the drug activity takes place.
You guys and HSI are hitting a really big corner.
All of the SWAT teams will converge at the same time on the 6 different locations we have search warrants for.
Right.
All right, we're about 30 seconds out.
Helicopters launched. I feel good about this.
Let's hope they're there, and let's hope nobody decides to pull out a weapon.
Leaving Vernon Street now.
Let's go.
This way!
These are the kind of cases that you want to see justice. You want to see people held accountable for their bad acts. Today's just a drop in the bucket. And if you're a drug dealer and you're out there, we're coming after you.
Folks, that's just one case. We've got plenty of these other ones, and there's a lot of folks who talk about drugs. They see us making these arrests. There's oftentimes that there's other violent crimes associated with it. We had a bad shooting this week in Gifford. Our detectives have been working hard on that case ever since it happened, and our folks are out there working hard every day protecting our community. You see in this video the folks, all the energy and effort that goes into just one single cold case, actually in the Fellsmere area. And so we thank you guys for funding our budget and for allowing us to the privilege to be able to go out and protect and serve our community every single day. Thank you guys.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say, in response to the video, for the community, I have received complaints about drugs being sold in different areas and have met with the sheriff about those complaints, and the Sheriff's Department has been very responsive, because I've followed up on that. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you so much. We continue to see overdose deaths. We continue to see, problems associated, other crimes associated with drugs, and we're going to continue to put these bad guys away. So again, thank you for your support. Thank you for funding our budget and allowing us to protect our community. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sheriff. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the budgets for any of the constitutional officers? Anyone out there wish to speak? Okay. Seeing none?
Commissioner O'Brien,
I'm
if
sorry.
I may just add, and it's something you touched on, it's something Ryan touched on, it's something the sheriff touched on. I attend monthly calls with the Florida Association of County Attorneys, and every month we talk about pending cases that are out there, and oftentimes they include cases of fill-in-the-blank county versus fill-in-the-blank constitutional officer, and I just think it's so important how we don't have those issues here. And I think that's really shown today with the various constitutional officers and how they've been able to interact with us. So I just want to make note that those problems do happen in other communities, and it's really helpful that it doesn't happen here.
Very good. Okay, Jason, we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry,
if I
Vice
may,
Chair Herman?
Can you go back to the slide? I would like to just talk about the Value Adjustment Board and how good of a job that Commissioner Fleischer and I do on this and keeping the budget at 0%. But no, seriously, in all consideration, I don't want to, I certainly want you to say something, but I think all the credit goes to clerk of the court's office and Terry, Lester Collins and that group. They do a great job and keep us on track. Would you agree, sir?
There is a high cost in negotiating, discerning all of the challenges that where citizens feel they need to challenge the value that they have been assigned. It relates back to taxation. There is a high cost. Most of it is legal. Most of it is with the magistrates and review. And thank you for bringing it up because it's the only line item there that has a 0 next to it. And all the credit goes to Terry Collins-Lister, who has done a fine job.
Well, thank you two very much for keeping it.
You're welcome.
All right, Jason.
Next time, they're going to sign somebody else.
All
Good job.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So next is MSTU Fund, which again, this is, everybody says, what's MSTU? That's your city if you don't live in a city. So 2/3 of the population of the county lives in the unincorporated area. This fund provides those services that cities would provide if you lived in a city. So we had a tax roll increase of about 14.4% here. That gave us about $1.8 million in additional revenue. The millage rate, again, no change here. The biggest expenses are transfers out. First, you've got the law enforcement transfer, so $27 million out of that sheriff's budget of $67 million is funded here because that is primarily the law enforcement function that is paid for out of there because it's a double taxation thing. Cities have their own police departments, so we're making sure that we're not overcharging the city residents for law enforcement. And then we also have $7.5 million is the next largest expense, which goes to support our transportation fund for our road maintenance, road and bridge, and resurfacing and things like that. We do have an increase of 2 full-time positions here. One of the key areas here is growth and development. We have a planning assistant 2 and a senior planner that have been added here to keep up with the growth. So that millage, again, no increase over the last 4 years in the millage rate. If we go to the specific budgets, first, we have the North County Aquatic Center, $1,129,111. That's an increase of $82,000, or 7.9%. One thing that we've got going on there is painting of the exterior and door replacements. The doors have become rusted and need to improve the security there. So that's driving that increase. Another thing where inflation is rearing its head is chemicals for the pools, so that's impacting those budgets. Next is the Gifford Aquatic Center, $541,329, an increase of about $59,000 or 12.3%. We've got some various maintenance items here, such as $23,000 of new deck furniture and other replacement equipment there for about $17,000, and electric in Gifford, the Gifford pool alone is going up about $5,000. So I think both of our pools, we do a pretty good job of supporting a good portion of these expenses with the revenues, although they do not cover the full cost. Recreation is $1,105,000, down about $56,000 or 5%. We've got some turnover there where we've got some new employees that cost a little less than the prior ones. Here we've got a couple things going on where we've got currently 5 budgeted temporary positions that really weren't suiting the needs there. And we're having a hard time filling those and keeping those filled. So that's a change from 5 temporary positions to 3 part-time positions there, and there is a cost savings associated with that. The intergenerational facility, $692,461. That's an increase of $23,000. The biggest thing there is $16,000 in increase in the electric. Beach parks are 4 guarded beach parks for our lifeguards. That budget is $924,270, essentially flat down $1,000. Shooting range, $844,690, an increase of about $5,000 or 0.6%. Things continue going smoothly there. Planning and development, $265,904, an increase of $8,000 or 3%. County planning is $1.9 million, going up a little under $300,000 or 18%. That's where we have the senior planner and the planning assistant are driving those costs primarily. We're also seeing the increase in the FRS expenses there. Code enforcement, $678,260, an increase of $15,000 or 2.4%. We did add a code enforcement officer mid-year this year, so that's a continuation of that. Roads and bridges is 0. That's $18,500 in the current year. Those are for the demolitions that we do when we condemn properties with the building department. So that is 0. We add those as the demolitions come. And here again, the tax collector portion of the tax collector's budget is funded here, and that 5% increase is not something based on what Carol Jean has requested. It is just staff's estimate. So with that, that is the transportation fund. I mean, the MSTU fund. I'm sorry. Jumping ahead here.
Commissioners, any questions of Jason on MSTU?
I do.
Okay, Vice Chair Urban?
Is the, that 15,000 from code enforcement, was that for this, to cover this past year moving into this year, or are we looking at an additional officer next year?
So it's a continuation of the additional code enforcement officer we added in mid-year this year.
Okay.
We don't have an additional one programmed. Although those folks are very busy, and there's always code enforcement cases to be done, and we have taken a more aggressive stance on a lot of our code enforcement, whether it's making sure that we're following up and pushing those through to even going through with the foreclosure actions and things like that, where the code cases go unresolved.
The collection of fees and stuff, we've been on the positive side, correct?
Yeah, they've really done a great job on getting those code enforcement fines lately. We've increased those, and the increase in fees has covered a significant portion of the additional staff there over the last couple of years.
That's all.
Okay. Anyone in the audience that wishes to comment on any of the MSTU categories? Okay, seeing none. Jason, we'll move on.
All right, the transportation fund, similar things impacting this fund from the others. Increased retirement costs is about $56,000. This fund is supported by the general fund and MSTU transfers largely. It does have, we do get some gas tax dollars, which are surprisingly going up 8.1%. I will say that the state has passed, in their current budget, the state did pass a gas tax holiday for the month of October, I believe. They're planning to backfill that with ARP dollars. They still have to work through with the feds whether they can do that or not, but we believe we'll be able to meet this number, and hopefully they will be able to backfill that 1 month of lost revenue there. Speaking of gas and fuel, the budget is going up almost $200,000 for fuel, road and bridge. As a heavy user of fuel, as those trucks and the heavy equipment are out there working every day, and the lawnmowers and all that stuff. So that is almost $200,000. And again, the transfers from the general fund and the MSTU make up about 3/4 of the revenue here. So the departments, road and bridge, $10,370,965. That's an increase of about $420,000 or 4.3%. We actually have a decrease of 3 full-time positions here as we've outsourced some of the work. We've got contracts for backlot swale maintenance, both North County and South County, and so we're kind of doing some more work with contract work there. So we're able to get the work done with those 3 fewer employees. Public Works is $450,000, an increase of $8,000 or 1.8%. County Engineering, $3,641,169, an increase of about $90,000 or 2.6%. FRS is the big riser here, and fuel's hitting them about $5,000. Traffic Engineering, $3,236,694, an increase of about $490,000 or 17.8%. We do have 2 additional full-time positions here. One is Assistant Traffic Signal Coordinator and one is Chief Signal Tech. That is to provide us with some transition continuity planning. We've got a couple of long-time key employees that will be retiring over the next year or so, and we're trying to get some overlap there and some institutional knowledge. Stormwater, $1,950,706, up about $217,000 or 12.5%. A key thing there is we've got a street sweeper that we're adding, which we would be adding the employee to drive to operate the street sweeper, and it is about a $300,000 expense for the street sweeper itself. What that street sweeper will do is replace some contract expenses that we have where we pay some street sweepers. Taking this in-house will both increase our street sweeping and our accountability, because we'll be able to measure the amount of material taken up. So we can get credit for nitrogen and phosphorus removal. A lot of times leaves and branches and things get swept into the drains. That contributes to nitrogen and phosphorus loading. The estimate is about 360 pounds of nitrogen and about 230 pounds of total phosphorus, which would be about a $1.1 million equivalent cost for our stormwater facilities for doing that. So that is a new item there. So with that is the transportation fund.
Jason, a couple things. One on the gas tax holiday. So will that include our 6 cents a gallon, or is it just the state tax that they're giving a holiday on?
So, and I'm looking to Kristen to correct me on this if I'm wrong. I don't think it includes our 6 cents. I think it includes the county gas tax, which is included here, right? Just which is, I think, supposed to be equivalent to about 1 penny. They're doing a gas tax holiday for the state gas taxes, and it's going to impact our county gas tax, which is like about $1.5 million revenue a year, and so we may lose that month. Their plan is to backfill it with ARP dollars.
That's a little over $1 million in a year, so the 1 month would be.
Yeah, you're talking about $100,000, $110,000, $120,000. Yeah.
Secondly, under stormwater, shouldn't that be a $217,000 increase?
It should be black. It's showing up as red there, but yeah, that is an increase. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, we've talked about, we've worked to cover the sheriff's budget and law enforcement and emergency services and all that. Are we fully doing what we need with like road and bridge and public works? Because this is probably one of the biggest categories I think that we all get calls on is road and bridge and public works projects. So are we taking care of our own needs in these categories?
I think we largely are. There's always things we go without. We've got some bigger long-term issues there. I think we're in good shape for this budget, but I will say, just out of the gate, of course, public safety is the top priority. Usually when they poll people, roads will come next when you're talking about local government priorities. We've got some additional funding here. I will say that I got a couple concerns. One is for long term, we've got 150 miles of unmaintained dirt roads in this county. We're going to continue to get pressure to maintain more of those roads as they develop. There's people building houses on roads that we don't maintain. We're going to have to address those things going forward. The other thing is the biggest revenue streams are gas taxes here. Gas tax ain't a great revenue. Fuel economy of cars is going up. There's going to be more electric vehicles. I don't see anybody fixing that anytime soon. I think gas taxes are going to continue to go down. The amount of money transportation is just going to need just to maintain where it is going to be more support from the general fund and MSTU, which is going to impact our property taxes. I think there's a long-term thing that we need to look at, an adequate funding stream that will grow with our needs, because the revenue we've got right now is not growing, and its dependence on the general fund and MSTU has gotten bigger over the years, and that's going to continue going forward. So short answer is I think we're good in the current year budget. Long answer is we're going to have to figure something out long term, because what we have right now for funding for this is not sustainable.
Right, and I'm sure Commissioner Adams and probably Vice Chair Ehrman get a lot of calls, I do, on these unmaintained roads. And, somebody has an address, something, 21st Street Southwest. So it sounds like a county road. They drive it every day coming and going to work. Waste management and delivery trucks and UPS drive it. So it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, sounds like a duck, and they want to know, well, why isn't it a county road? Y'all gave me a permit to build my house on this road, but now you're not maintaining it. And that's a hard thing to try to explain to somebody. So I think we do need to figure out how we're going to address that going forward. I really think Road and Bridge and Public Works is the vast majority of calls that we get in the office is dealing with this. So not to say public safety isn't a priority. I get that, but this is one of those where I think going forward, we need to make sure we take care of our needs as well in that category. So just a comment there.
Okay, understood.
Commissioner, any other comments? Commissioner Adams.
Yep, I would echo exactly what you said, and that was one of the reasons why I made the comments earlier related to continuing to absorb some costs. We have needs. In Fellsmere alone and VLE, people are building houses further and further out from where the core has been. So you have these orange groves that are now turned into 10-acre ranchettes, and they're 2 miles down a dirt road that we aren't maintaining. But as more people move out there, that road that started out as, a cow path or a tractor path is now becoming more of a road. It looks like a road. People expect it to be maintained. We're having a huge problem with that in VLE for roads that really were never dedicated, but there's an easement or a bit of a right-of-way there. And after 20 years of one person living on them, now in the past year, you have 5 more houses on it. And all those people have moved here from somewhere else where they don't understand the concept of unmaintained county roads. So the need to maintain them, and it's not just the grader operators, it's the material that needs to be put down to make sure the roads are stabilized. And we are providing waste services to all these houses, and now you have giant waste management trucks going down. It's just a problem. So I agree, we need to start thinking about the longer term implications and funding. There is nothing on a state level right now to address the gas tax going down. It's something that we always talk about, but there's no magic solution that anybody's been able to come up with. So I agree. And then just for our BMAP purposes, stormwater and those types of projects are going to start becoming more important and more costly. And then you have to deal with acquiring property to do them, and then retrofitting the stormwater and then treating it, and all those types of things become huge, huge costs that, again, if we don't start trying to get a handle on it, we're going to be looking at raising millage in future years to pay for some of this because we haven't adequately planned. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing that. I agree. I think sometimes in the banquet or buffet of the budget, we eat last, and I don't think we can continue to do that and maintain the infrastructure that we have. And once we fall behind in the infrastructure, it's extremely costly to get it back up. I mean, it's almost more costly to fix unmaintained and improperly maintained infrastructure than it is just to put in brand new. So I would definitely agree with that. And then my last question, Jason, if the state is having a gas tax holiday and they're trying to backfill it with ARP dollars, at what rate are they going to backfill it? Equivalent to October of last year, or is there some kind of formula, or we don't have any idea at this point?
I think it's probably similar to what the amount would have been last year. I don't know the exact amount there, but it'll be approximately what they think October would be. I don't know that we can look at that and try and get the specifics.
And I'm all for sales tax and gas tax holidays. I know it sounds wonderful, but again, just to remind everybody, sales tax and gas tax and all these types of taxes go to fund our budgets, and sometimes the savings isn't as helpful.
You mean sometimes the state impacts our budgets, really?
I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. Just like to thank you for the increased street sweeping activities. Back a few years ago on Vero Beach City Council, the city manager actually did a study of that and found that that was a major contributing factor, the runoff that is from the streets, to the problem in the lagoon. So that's a really big accomplishment, and thank you for that increased attention. It's not a top of mind thing, so thank you for that attention to it.
Mr. Chair, one more thing. I just wanted to note that Rich isn't here, and I think we should make sure that we tell him that James did an awesome job defending the transportation fund budget, and he answered all of our questions, and he was just on the spot with it.
Rich who?
Exactly.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on any of the transportation categories? Seeing none. Okay. Commissioners, it's 10:40. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back with emergency services? Okay. So we'll be back here at 10:50. Kristen, you're doing a great job.
I'm going to take over after the taxing funds, don't worry.
Did Jason go to the bank, the ATM?
Hey, did you see Stan Bowling there Monday night?
Yes, I did. I spoke with him.
Retirement is treating him good. He looked like reverse aging. He
Yes.
looked younger.
And so did his bride.
Yeah.
They look like kids.
Yeah, I talked to him.
He
I
seriously
talked to him for
looked
quite a
young.
while, actually.
Hey, Joe. Joe. Joe.
Yeah.
Joe. I'm gonna have Stan. I already asked him.
I mentioned him.
Okay, good.
I said it's a long ways off right now. I said that.
Yeah,
start
right
thinking-
after
I said
the
start
election,
thinking about it, yeah.
we're gonna beat Pete. We're gonna pound the crap out of him. I'm gonna get Bob Keating.
We'll go ahead and get the budget workshop back to order. We are now moving on to the Emergency Services District. Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a preview, this is the last one I'm going to handle for a while. I'm going to pass it off to Kristen, so everybody that's tired of listening to me all morning, you got some good news headed your way. So ad valorem tax roll here is up about 13.7%, bringing us about $5 million of additional revenue with no change in the millage rate, which again, we're happy to say no increase here. We do have an additional position here, which is a lieutenant training officer, which is going to continue on our path of improving our training of our folks and enable us to do some things that we need to going forward as far as our compensation and our planning for our next contract with fire rescue folks. As mentioned before, the FRS rates, $750,000, nothing we can really do about that. We do have an increase in ALS charges of almost $1 million as we've experienced an increase in calls. The good news is we do have an increase in revenues to support that. Capital budget's about $2.2 million. That's primarily for a couple of replacement fire pumpers and an ambulance. We have a decrease in the capital budget overall because the current year had some money for stations 7 and 15, which we hope to get moving, particularly on station 7 pretty soon, as that location is pretty well tied up, wrapped up with the Corrigans, notwithstanding a couple of minor issues. So we think we're moving forward with the design and construction of that. Station 15, we're still working with the city of Fellsmere and a developer there to hopefully get that site secured. And we hope to get those stations constructed as soon as we can to get those folks in their permanent location where we need them to be. Inflation again is impacting us. Fuel is $145,000. Increase in emergency services and medical supplies are up over $90,000 and about $20,000 for electric. Here's our emergency services district millage history. So no increases over the last about 6 years, and we are again about 10.9% over rollback. And there is the budget overall, $52 million, an increase of $1.5 million in total, or 3%. So with that, that's the emergency services district.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Jason on the emergency services? Did you have an additional presentation on emergency services, Jason?
Yes, I did, with your indulgence. This is our last budget workshop with Tad Stone, who's retiring effective tomorrow, and he's giving me a face back there. I can feel it burning in the back of my head. And you know, as Tad's not one big for fanfare, and he didn't want a big send-off, and so I said, well, you know, we're going to surprise him with small fanfare anyway. So I do feel, you know, that they had, there was a nice badge ceremony a couple of weeks ago, which some of you were at, and they did a nice send-up of Tad that he also didn't want then. And I will say those folks are braver than I am, because he could have fired them. He can't fire me. So unfortunately, he's stuck with this. So if, you know, if Ted, if he could maybe come down and take his medicine. He doesn't like to be talked about, but I'm going to say a few nice things about him.
He's already in retirement clothing.
Yeah, so he's in his Class R uniforms today, which is for retirement.
Class R uniform, that's correct.
So I just want to say a big thank you to Tad. He came to us about 5 years ago and really became the emergency services director, and really just has done an outstanding job, and he was the right person at the right time, and he has got the emergency services and fire rescue specifically, and really headed in the right direction. And my only complaint about his tenure here was it wasn't long enough, but that's a pretty minor complaint. And I will say, in that 5 years, he accomplished more than a lot of lesser folks would have in 20 years. So we're fortunate to have had him for the time that we did. The thing I'll say about Tad is what really impacts me is the way I would define him is a great leader. And you can just see that in all of the folks that work for him, really respect him. And I think particularly in a group of first responders where you've got people putting their life on the line, I think it's so important to have somebody that a leader that they really want to follow. And Tad has just been that consummate leader. You couldn't ask for a better leader. I think that's how he's gotten the department to where it needs to be. He has not just been a great leader himself, but he, I think, has done a great job in his time of grooming the next group of leaders and really preparing our folks inside the organization to continue developing. They've already developed and will put us in a good way for many years to come. He's led us through some very difficult times. COVID, hurricanes during COVID. We're one of the very few places that early on we had a near miss with a hurricane, and we opened a shelter at a time when there weren't a lot of places doing that, and it was really top notch and just great throughout the whole time. I think we could be proud of the things that we did on the COVID vaccines when they first came out. And Tad was key in this and going out there and helping back up the health department and really have a robust response. We were way ahead of the game of pretty much anywhere when people were just clamoring to get those when they first came out, and just did a great job. We are a better emergency services department, and we're a better county and a better community for Tad's work here. So and I just wanted to say thank you to Tad for your time and everything you've done for the county.
Thank you very much. You know that I'm irritated right now. My wife knows that I'm especially irritated right now. Once again, thank you very much. I've always thought of my position as the coach
and trying to find the absolute best talent that we can find, groom that talent, and move them forward within the organization. I think we've been able to do that. Couldn't have done it without all the people that I work with day in and day out. It's not me, it's them. It's the team, it's the people that are there. It's all I do is have a spark of vision, and my wife will call it a syncopal episode occasionally, but it's a spark of vision, and we need to kind of move in a certain direction. And they go out and do that. You are in good hands. Dave Johnson is top notch. He is just a stalwart person, and he will do you well as you move forward. You've been a great board to work for. I do appreciate that. Jason's been absolutely tremendous in letting me do my job. I couldn't have done most of it without the support of that chamber person back there. But once again, thank you very much, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Ted, I think you're selling yourself a little short. What great leaders do is to have a vision, and then they convince everyone to get on that bus with them on that journey. And that takes a real talent to be able to get all those people, and you kind of create a want to work environment where people want to work for you because they believe in that vision, they believe in the leader, and then they're gladly willing to get on board and follow that. So not a lot of people have that capability. I think it's a very special trait. I think you have it, and you do it in a very quiet leadership way, and that's even more critical. So don't sell yourself short. Everything Jason said, everything we all believe up here is well-deserved. I know in my 16 years, we've never had the harmony that we have now with the firefighters union and management and the board and stuff. And I'd say 120% of that credit goes to you and the leadership you've brought in and getting that turned around. So you will be missed, although the chamber lady in the back did say, give me permission that you can be my fishing buddy going forward now. So expect a call here, after August.
There have been some people that have said, me and you on a boat with alcohol probably would not be a good idea, but we'll see what we can do.
I think we can figure it out. We'll do okay. But Chief, I will miss you. Obviously, I'm going to be gone here soon, but and I think you're right. We're in good hands with Dave, and certainly I'm sure he'll carry on the programs and the relationships that you have built. But you'll be missed. But I hope you enjoy things, and Dory doesn't give you too long of a honey-do list, that we can still find that day for out there for some fishing and beer drinking or something.
Yes, sir. The honey-do list does not exist. It's a honey-do ream. But thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I think he deserves a round of applause. Thank you,
Ted, don't leave too soon. Hold up.
Chief.
Chief's down? I have got to chime in on this a little bit. Even though I had already retired by the time you started, I worked for the previous administration where I always felt that leadership lacked. And Jason said it very best, that you came in at the right time. And I've seen the transformation. It's been great to see that these guys are out in the public, the new equipment they've gotten, the more training they have now, and that's all to be credited to you. As you know, and I know Commissioner Fleischer knows, in the public service business, it is all about your leaders. It's a paramilitary organization. You depend on your leaders to make the best decision and give you the tools and the encouragement to go out and do the right thing, and you've done that. And I really appreciate what you've done. Again, it's obviously near and dear to my heart, and we are in good hands with Chief Johnson over there, because I trained him well when he was a young fireman.
It's taken me 5 years to get straightened out.
But you have certainly polished him, and he'll do a great job. But for the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for the job that you've done. It's been a pleasure to watch it succeed and grow and become the place I always knew it could be. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that, Chief, I look at you as the opener, and today is the closer. But you've left a lot of things open. You've opened up the bay doors to those fire stations. You've opened up relationships. You've opened up the morale that was challenged. You opened up the citizens and first responders' relationships, the understanding. And you have done so much that your legacy will be here as you visit us occasionally, and you see that you've left us in a great state. So again, we mentioned Chief Johnson, which was the finest pick that could have been provided for Indian River County citizens. But you've left him with a very good foundation. And I want to thank you for what you did during your short tenure. We wish it was double. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Come here 10 years earlier.
Commissioner Moss.
Wish you did.
I just want to thank you one last time for boots on the ground and the key role you played with COVID when it started getting the vaccinations out, and now it seems like a long time ago. And at the time it started, we had no idea how long it would go on. But you never faltered. You never wavered. You started to look a little tired, and I was worried about you. But you were always there. You were always there, and you stayed strong through the entire thing. And thank you so much. What a huge service to our community. Thank you.
I guess I'll be the last one to make you mad by saying something, but I'll try to keep it short. I remember the first time we met when you had just come on board and you came to my office and we kind of went over your history and your philosophy, and I just loved what you had to say. I loved the perspective you were bringing to the department and all the experience that you had. And I knew at that point that you were the right person at the right time for our department. And I'm glad that while we've only had 5 years with you, you are leaving behind your legacy and the men that you have trained, the men and women that you have trained and that you have shaped and you have led. And I think as we move forward, we will be a better department and a better county because of your work. So I really do appreciate it. I have had a lot of fun working with you. Tad doesn't say a lot, but there's a lot of looks that happen. And I can appreciate that very much. So it's been a lot of fun. And I wish you all the luck in the world in your retirement, all the fun in the world. I'm concerned about this possible relationship, but I'm going to leave that to Dory to referee. And but have fun, be safe, and thank you for all that you've done for us.
Dylan.
And thank you. Tad, just want to say thank you. It was a real pleasure working with you, and it's just been a great 5 years, and just really appreciated our opportunity to work together. So thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Chief.
It's yours, Dory.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on the emergency services budget? I will point out that the fire hydrant maintenance came in with a 0% increase, just so you two aren't the only ones.
We had something to do with that, didn't we?
All righty. We will now move on. Kristen, I think we're going to do the non-departmental. Okay, great.
All right, so next up we have the state agencies. These agencies are funded across multiple different funds throughout the budget. So starting with New Horizons.
Hey, Kristen, move the mic just a little closer to you. You're
How's that?
a little better, yeah.
All right. So starting with New Horizons, the recommended budget is $352,554. This is an increase of about 7%. They are seeing an increase in the indigent population that they serve, which is driving their costs up there. Next, we have State Health Department. Recommended budget is $776,000. That is level with the current fiscal year. Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. Recommended budget is $69,532. That is a 1.8% increase. The increase there is driven on our population. They set the rates each year, so that is a reflection of our population increasing. Department of Juvenile Justice, the budget is $636,000, an increase of about $127,000 or 25%. We have not received estimated numbers from the state yet, so that is just staff's estimation of what we could see for next year. Teen Court proposed budget is $30,000, an increase of $2,500. Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program Council, level funding at $50,000. Next, we have the Medicaid budget. Proposed budget is $1,244,253. That is a 3.3% decrease or $43,124. The state, again, determines the county's budget for that, so that's a reflection of the numbers we receive from them. Environmental Control Board, proposed budget is $10,033, an increase of $3,000 or about 43%. Court Administration, proposed budget is $537,585. This is an increase of $161,710 or 43%. I will say that the court administrator had originally come in with about 74% requested increase. After conversations we had with them, they came back with a reduced request, which we do appreciate. And the increase there is for additional court program specialists as well as IT staff. Next, we have Victims Assistance Program, proposed budget of $89,521. This is a 15% increase. State Attorney's budget, $380,900. This is an increase of $60,431 or about 19%. They have a large IT project that they're undertaking next fiscal year that they have asked us to fund a portion of. Public Defender, proposed budget is $93,481. This is a $6,169 decrease or 6.2%. Medical Examiner, proposed budget is $714,398. This is a $228,586 increase or 47.1%. The Medical Examiner did originally request an increase of about 58%. We asked her if she could work with us a little bit there, phase in the funding of her new positions that she requested, and she did agree to do so. So that 47% increase is her amended request. She's got a couple of new positions, new software system, and then of course the increased medical supplies, as Jason talked about earlier, and her vendor pricing is going up. And then lastly, we have the State Forestry Service. Proposed budget is $12,108. That's a decrease of $1,714 or 12.4%. This number has decreased due to the decrease in forested acres that they have to cover. So we've had a slight decrease in our expense there. And I do believe you have quite a few folks here today that would like to speak on the state agencies.
So first, Commissioners, any questions of Kristen on the state agencies? Commissioner Adams.
On the Medical Examiner, that does not include anything related to the new facility. That's purely operational?
Yes, this is just operational. I will say we have $500,000 over in the optional sales tax fund for the design engineering for her building. And then the construction will come as we know more after that study is completed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Everybody good? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on any of the state agencies? If so, just come on up to the podium.
There's two.
Your podiums. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Aronica, Medical Examiner's Office, and Kimberly Carroll is our new operations manager. Christine Kennard has retired. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've been doing for us and our agency. We are trying to get 4 new positions. One's a part-time medical examiner position, one's a full-time medical examiner position. Both of those are going to be very hard to fill. There are right now across the country dozens and dozens, over 50 openings across the country for medical examiners. There's a huge shortage. So we're trying to get ahead of that before and try to get us the opportunity to have somebody on board. I'm getting pulled because Dr. Middleman unfortunately retired, and all of his cases are now coming up for trial, and I've taken all of those on, including Brandon Gilly that you just saw. That is going to become my case. So all of these cases, I go, I testify, I read the files, I meet with the attorneys. So I do need help. We do have a per diem doctor working with us, but she's getting paid by case, which I'd like to stop doing that and maybe get her on part-time. Also, like we said, the morgue supplies have really shot up, and even our transportation costs have shot up. And then the database. We have no database. We don't even have an electronic database. So that's a huge chunk of what we're asking. It's about $250,000. So next year, if we get that installed, that wouldn't be a recurring. It would be the maintenance, which would be about $60,000. So again, if you have questions for me, I am very happy to answer them. My door is always open for any of you to come visit, see our facility, see what we do every day. And I would appreciate, we all do, very much appreciate all of you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yep, come on up. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Judge Cynthia Cox, 19th Judicial Circuit. We're not here to ask for $7 million. That's
Yeah, because the answer is no.
But unfortunately, we do have unfunded mandates from the Supreme Court and the legislature. So we are here asking you today, and I appreciate your support. We have from our court team, our trial court administrator, Patty Harris, to answer any questions about our requests, as well as Eric Mershon, our budget director, our court technology director, Marilyn, and as well as our problem-solving court manager, Wendy Parent. As you all know, our problem-solving courts have been very successful during this recession and pandemic. The need for the services have expanded, and we do appreciate your support of the drug court investment funds for some of the treatment, but the needs have expanded in order for us to serve that population, which is growing every day in need, and especially the veteran program that we're trying to expand. I know some of our funds are for veteran treatment services. We would appreciate your support, and we do appreciate your support and continued support of those programs, and encourage all of you to come and visit again the mental health, drug, and or veteran treatment courts. So Patty Harris is here to answer questions and or to explain our requests so that you understand it. I know we've never really come to you before for any needs except for our problem-solving courts and our IT. So Patty, this is Patty Harris.
Hello,
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Chief Judge Charles Schwab definitely wanted to be here. Unfortunately, he's out of town, so I'm speaking on his behalf, and I really just wanted to explain. We had a really big ask this year, and it's not normal of the judiciary to come forward and request such a big ask, but as you know, since 2004, the Article 5 revisions shifted the funding and responsibility largely away from the counties to the state, and it was a wonderful vision to try to unify the court system from a budgetary standpoint. However, it really has not worked out as well as we have hoped, and we are seeing that there are several other counties in the state who are picking up the shortfall of the state unfunded mandates for their circuits. And so we actually, in comparison to those circuits, have one of the highest staffing ratios for our county-funded resources. And so we did include a couple of requests for things that are statutorily a county responsibility. We had an e-warrants program request, and we're requesting a full-time network administrator to help fortify our network computer system so that we can prevent ourselves from being a victim of a cyber attack. And but we had several discretionary type issues that we requested on behalf of problem-solving courts and for our case management services, because we do have the Supreme Court who wants us to implement best practice standards, which is, equity and inclusion for all clients that are eligible for the problem-solving courts. Right now, if someone cannot afford to participate in a problem-solving court, they either go without the services and try to do what they can in the program, but likely they fail, or they just simply turn down the offer to enter into the program from the upfront. So anyhow, there's the best practice standards. There's timeframes. The Chief Justice wants us to move cases faster. We have businesses, people wanting a divorce, domestic violence injunctions. So we have new timeframes that we have to meet for our litigants who come to the court and file cases and expect that their cases be handled as quickly as possible. But of course, those mandates came without any extra bodies. So that is why we came to you with such a big ask. And I saw the number up here. It was a little bit higher than I expected. So anyhow, we needed the full amount, but we appreciate anything that you can do for us.
And so, Kristen, where are we with what they asked for and what you're recommending?
It's what we received that they asked for.
Okay, so we're funding them at what they requested.
Their revised.
Well, we submitted a 50%. Howard Tipton over in St. Lucie requested us to submit a 50% budget reduction exercise, which we obliged to do. However, that wasn't. It was a request upon him for us to do that, and I think there was some concern that. Like Okeechobee, a fiscally constrained county, would not be able, it's such a large ask, we didn't think that all of the counties would be able to support the request. We just met with Okeechobee yesterday, and they did approve our funding request at the 100% level, contingent on, of course, what everybody else does in the circuit. And so, I think St. Lucie County may do the same, although I'm not sure, but at least we know the Okeechobee County, that's the one that we were most worried about, did approve us at 100%.
So just to clarify, the difference, we asked for 225, 430, which is Indian River County share of 901, 871. And I don't know how they got to the 161 number, but we were requesting the 225, 430 to cover all of our positions. That was 100%.
What we have is based on what Eric had sent us, the revision.
Is that amount you're thinking of just the local options that for the support of like the Veterans Court and the health? I think ours is for the full thing with the court technology and all of the state required.
Here, I can give you that was our original 225.
So I think ours, in the backup here on page 133, I think this was the revised request, which the total budget for the 4 counties is like $2.5 million, and our share is $537,585 for everything. That's the IT, the court facilities, the local option, all that stuff.
Okay. That's actually 41%, I think. I think Jennifer Hill at St. Lucie County, I'm just being completely transparent, there was a conversation when we presented in front of them last week where there was an idea that was proposed to go ahead and fund all 4 of our positions at the 100% level, but hold them back 6 months to only hire them at April 1st, so that we could save some dollars in the first half of the fiscal year. And since we needed time anyways to hire them, we're not going to be able to hire them right off the bat at October 1st. I thought that was an interesting proposal. I just didn't know if that was something that she would share. But that is the calculation of 41%.
Okay, why don't we do, if you can hang around, we can discuss,
Okay.
maybe after the sidebar.
Okay.
And see if
Right.
there's,
Yes, maybe when we take our lunch break, you all can
Okay.
work out a number of where we at. Because, Commissioners, my thought is some of the programs that have been implemented, the veterans and the mental health court and such, I think it's been a huge benefit to our community. I'd like us to be able to fund what we can there to support those programs. So Jason, you and Kristen can work, if you all can hang around a little bit later on today, and we'll try to figure out where we're short and what we can do to maybe cover that.
Okay.
And
Great.
Commissioners, are you good with that? Or you want to try to make this whole, or? Okay.
So I'm not going to hang around. I have work to do, but if you have any questions of me regarding the programs or the positions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yeah, I think we're okay with that. We just need to get the numbers worked out, I think.
Thank you again.
Okay.
And please come and visit our courts when you can.
Yeah.
And I think our intention was that we had agreement on the, Howard Tipton had reached out to Judge Swab, and he and I had spoken before then and said we were good with their proposal.
Right.
What our intention was to fund that, and I think that's what we had, but we'll work it out on the side to make sure that we're on the same page.
I think Okeechobee was like the pincher that we were holding out for. So thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Thank
I'll be
you.
hanging around.
Anyone else with the state agency? Okay. We do have two podiums, so if you want to come down and wait here, do you come on down? Or you want to go ahead while you're there and?
Quicker, I guess, so I apologize. I'll be 2 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Heather Parker. I'm the Circuit Director with the Guardian Ad Litem program, and I think you missed us by accident, but we are asking for a decrease. We're not asking for anything, so you get a nice decrease with us. But we wanted to just take the moment to thank you so much for what you've done. We are now installed in our new office. It's wonderful, and we are serving over 1,000 children in the circuit-wide. So thank you, unless you have any questions.
No, thank you for the work you all do. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yep, come on down. Morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Dee Dee Dixon. I'm with the Office of the Public Defender. I'm here on behalf of Diamond Liddy. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it this morning. However, she does plan on coming by later this afternoon. I just wanted to take a moment as well and thank everybody for everything that you've done for us over the years and for the consideration of our budget. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for us. We also have a slight decrease.
I know you all are busy and working hard, so appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here this morning. Thank you. Anyone else with the state agency? Okay, so we will, after the lunch break and solid waste, we'll circle back on the court thing and see where we are and do that. Okay. All right, Kristen, let's go ahead and move on.
All right, next up we have economic development. Proposed budget is $245,781. This is a $9,074 increase, or 3.8%. No major changes here, just keeping up with the cost of inflation and rising salaries.
Commissioners, any questions on economic development? I know Helene couldn't be here. I think she's quarantined at home. Dory Stone is here if we have any questions, but if not, we can move right on.
I just want to say thank you.
Oh, come on up, Dory. Yeah.
Dory Stone, better known as that chamber lady.
That chamber lady, yeah.
I just want to say thank you for continuing to support our economic development efforts. Helene is sorry she can't be here today, but we've seen a huge increase. As we're seeing residential development increase, we're also seeing business opportunities. So we're starting to see more and more leads come in, and Helene has been very busy in the last 6 to 12 months following up on those. So we hope to continue to bring you more economic development activity in the future. On a whole side note, I want to say thank you very much for all the support you've given my husband over the last 6 years. I know he's not ready to go, but he's ready to go. So thank you for the kind words. And if he's going to glare at me, I might as well give him a reason. So I just want to get up and say thank you. His honey-do list is a tabbed folder, so we'll take it from there. And he's also volunteered to be our unpaid maintenance man at the chamber building. So I do intend to keep him plenty busy in the course of the next few months. So anyway, thank you again for the kind words, and I appreciate all your support. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Dory. All right, so we have no comments on economic development, so we'll keep moving forward. Kristen?
Okay, next up we have the Children's Services grants. The total award here is $2,443,606. This is an increase of $121,532 or 5.2%. This does fund the full 1/4 or 1/8 of a mil funding that the board did approve back in February. And I do believe you might have some folks here that would like to speak on that as well.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Lisa Kale and Michael Kent. We are here representing the Exploratory Committee, but really, I think broadly representing the consensus of the community around the necessity and the value of investing in quality children's programs. And we're so grateful that you all are committed to this issue as well. We are grateful for all of the great work we've been able to do together the last couple of years and look forward to continuing to work productively as we seek to, I think, fulfill the potential that the updates to the CSAC ordinance really provide an opportunity for improvement that we're all looking forward to. So just want to say thank you. And any questions for us? Michael, anything to chime?
No, again, just to thank the commissioners, the staff. This has been a long process that we've worked through. It twisted and turned, and we didn't end up where we thought we were going to end up. But we're very happy and satisfied with the changes that have been approved. I think that the ordinance changes that were made buttress Children's Services Activities Committee, and we are delighted that the staffing has come to fruition, which has already been shown and talked about. We know that this is holding steady, and we appreciate that. It goes without saying, the one of the bigger discussion points, but approved with you in the ordinance is, in fact, moving the possibility of enhancing that millage up to 1/4 of a mil. And we're optimistic that over a period of a few years that we can get there. So we just thank you for all that you have done. We're happy with where we're at and looking forward to moving forward and just enhancing the quality and the product that's being offered and paid for by Children's Services through the county and to all the kids and their families in the community.
All right, very good. Thank you for all your work. And just Kristen and Jason, I've talked to you a little bit about this, and I guess about 5 years ago, the board made a kind of a policy commitment to try to reach that 1/8 of a mil that we allowed in the ordinance, and we did that over a 3-year phase-in period. We have now made a commitment to try to get up to 1/4 mil, and though I won't be here on the future budgets, my recommendation, just for what it's worth, is maybe take a similar 3-year phase-in. I think that's good for a couple reasons. One, it kind of keeps the bite small, more manageable increments, and especially Commissioner Adams, your thoughts on the overall, budget. But at the same time, I think it'll ramp up the money on a kind of a gradual basis so that the programming can keep up with the funds available. And so just, again, Commissioners, I won't be here, but my 2 cents worth is like a 3-year phase, and I think would be a good plan to follow. But we'll get there. So.
We will stay tuned. This will probably not be our last appearance, so thank you.
All right, well, good. Well, thank you all very much. Okay. All right. We'll keep moving. Does anybody else want? We're good? Okay. Kristen?
All right, next up we have the community redevelopment areas. Sebastian CRA, the admin recommended budget is $240,000. That's a $2,000 or 0.8% increase. And then we have the Fellsmere CRA, the proposed budget is $31,000, an increase of $7,000 or 29.2%. Those values are given to us by the property appraiser.
Right. I do see City Council Member Bob McPartland here. Bob, did you want to speak to the Sebastian CRA, or are you good?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for being here. Any other comments or questions on the CRAs? Okay, Kristen?
Next up, we have the nonprofit organizations. Per our outside agency funding policy, these increases are capped. We use the April CPI for those, and so the April CPI was 8.8%. So mental health, they originally requested a 20% increase. They needed their increase due to COVID and the fact that people can't afford the services due to high inflation. We're recommending the 8.8% increase there per the outside agency funding policy, which will give them a budget of $27,082 or an increase of $2,190. United Against Poverty had requested a 7.7% increase or an additional $850 for next year. They're planning to increase their outreach efforts. 211 of Palm Beach, they requested a 70% increase, obviously again capped at the 8.8%. This gives them a recommended budget of $11,810, which is an additional $955. They needed the increase, they said, for the partial salary of a resource center specialist and to handle the new 988 phone number they plan to implement, and the increased call volume that will be associated with the rolling out of that new emergency phone line. And then lastly, we have the Veterans Council, who has requested level funding for the upcoming fiscal year at $94,000.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions on the quasi non or the nonprofits? Okay. Is there anyone here in the audience that wishes to speak on the nonprofits? Well, go ahead. This podium here. Yep. Go ahead.
Ready to wave.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Angela Kaczynski, Chief Operating Officer at Mental Health Association, and this is Heather Roberts, our Chief Clinical Officer. I just wanted to thank you for the continued support, especially for our community right now. We have seen a 25% increase in our walk-in free same-day screenings just in this past year. So we had to actually increase additional clinical staff. Also, with the disparity in clinical staff out there, increase some of our salaries so we can retain staff. I did want to let you know we did have 705 last year and just in same-day screenings, and that's for children and adults. And this year already to date from January is 466. And we're seeing a continued increase, and it did not slow down over summer, which usually does. With those screenings, we completed 186 suicide risk assessments and safety planning to deter people from inpatient admissions or harm to self or others. So we just want to thank you for our continued support, also with our mission in providing barrier-free mental health services for continued follow-up services as well. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Any questions, Commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us a few minutes to address you today. Sharon LaRue, the CEO at 211 Palm Beach Treasure Coast. I'm accompanied by our board member, Kelly Cameron, proud Indian River County resident, and our outreach specialist, Chad Adcock. Wanted to clarify a couple of points. We are here asking for our full funding request, and we are also asking for reconsideration of our budget category. So we are currently in the nonprofit category, and we are requesting that you reconsider that, reconsider moving it into the quasi-nonprofit category, which, as we understand it, is the category reserved for organizations who are providing critical infrastructure services that, were they not provided, would likely be directed back to the county. And in our instance, if 211 were not answering the calls, of which we responded to several thousand Indian River County requests for help last year alone, were we not responding to those requests, they likely would be directed to the county or very likely to 911 services, which, as we know from the budget reviews, are very costly, and we want to conserve those services. So wanted to also clarify a few points. We are the helpline and hotline for this region. Our budget for the region is about $600,000. So even though the request percentage-wise looks like a large percentage increase, actually it's because the starting point is really low and insufficient to provide the services that are necessary. So the budget for the Treasure Coast is over $600,000. The portion for Indian River County would be about $140,000. We're asking you for $18,500. So in addition to that, as I mentioned, we are the only organization certified and accredited to do the 24/7 helpline part, which is when anyone is having a life crisis, it may be they can't make ends meet because of the increases that we've seen talked about so regularly. They can't make ends meet. You've got a parent who's becoming forgetful. You don't know what to do next. You have a child who isn't talking yet, and you look around, all the children their age are talking. People call us and look to us for help for that. We are able to connect them to whatever services in the region are particular for their own situation. We're able to do that because in addition to manning the phones 24/7, we also maintain a resource directory of all the services in the entire region. So again, all of these go into the helpline hotline. I'd also like to point out, though, that in addition to that, which we're asking for funding for, we bring to the table to the residents of Indian River County a number of additional services that taxpayers of Indian River County aren't charged for at all, because we're able to bring other funding partners to bear, including services for children, for our seniors making the daily sunshine calls. We have about 45 from Indian River County, veterans, and this year we're going to be adding services for first responders. And again, all of these services are at no cost to Indian River County. So with that, I'm going to pause. I am available for questions, but I know Chad did want to share one story that came up recently, and then Kelly had a few words.
Good morning, welcome.
I just wanted to add, I know Sharon mentioned the Sunshine Calls. That's one of one of the programs that I'm most proud about what we do. And if you're not familiar, we do daily Sunshine check-in calls to residents, seniors, or caregivers that are taking care of seniors. Recently, we had a situation in Indian River County with one of those Sunshine Calls, and the process works. Our staff calls to check on the person. If we're not able to reach them, we call back. If we're not able to reach them again, then we call their next point of contact. We had a situation with a resident in Indian River County where that happened, and turns out that the client, this patient, had fallen and wasn't able to get to the phone and answer the phone, and their next point of contact was able to get in and check on her. And that's just a classic example of, had that situation, had 211 not been there, then that person those services would have fallen back to the county. So just a great example, and I know Kelly had some as well.
And I'm going to add one thing to that, two things before I pass it back to Kelly. In Indian River County alone, with those 45 individuals we're making the daily calls to, we had 23 incidents last year where something like that happened. So 23 cases where we may have saved someone's life, maybe somebody's grandmother who's listening now. And I neglected to share with you the update about 988. So we answer 211. We also answer and respond to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number. Federally, because of the expanding mental health crisis nationwide, that number is being changed to an easier to remember number, 988, and we have been designated the responder for that as well. They are informing us, they are advising us to prepare for increased volume on the range of 300 to 800%. Year one is what they're telling us to prepare for. And that line goes live later this month. So we have been working hard to secure additional funding, and we have aggressively gone after a number of grants, and we are bringing those to the table. So we're starting to ramp up. But we need your support in the funding dollars now more than ever. And frankly, your vote of support that shows this community that you value the services that we have available every hour of every day. And I'll let Kelly close.
I just wanted to thank you all for your continued support, and we hope that you'll seriously consider our request for the increase. We've heard here today, at least I have, the need for mental health services. You heard from Judge Cox the need for additional support for the programs that the courthouse is providing. All of that translates or comes back to us, the 211 community, with phone calls and assistance that we provide. We're seeing it everywhere. I mean, everybody's asking, of course, for increases, but we've got a higher indigent population that we just heard about with New Horizons. That's going to correlate to phone calls with us for help with paying a bill, or for mental health help, or for help with a child. And it's there. It's a service that I think is invaluable. I'm very proud to be a part of this board because I know that we do a good job and that we're helping our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Vice Chair?
This program, I haven't been to the call center, but I have talked to numerous people over the years that have called this service, and it's been very beneficial. I had one recently. My niece had a friend that she works with that had an issue with her child, and was reaching out where to get some help for therapy or something, things like that. And I said, call 211. And
you.
she said it was the greatest thing she ever did,
Fabulous. I love to hear that.
because she got help for her child, and it was good. I know this is into my second budget, but I remember the conversation I think we had last year about y'all didn't ask for enough.
Exactly.
And I think since we had meetings with y'all, I think one of my remarks was, you need to ask for more money. Well, I'm glad to see you did. I'm glad to see that you did. With the workload and everything that's going on, I feel that we should up there make their request funding. I don't think it'll break the bank. I know it sounds like a lot, 70% increase, but we're talking an additional $7,000 on their increase. I'll just leave it out there and let y'all think about it and discuss it.
Sherry, to get back to the other thing about moving to quasi nonprofit.
Yes.
I don't think we're going to be able to make that decision here today.
Okay.
What I would recommend is that you maybe write up some type of a one-page formal request and submit that to Kristen or Jason or both, and we'll let staff evaluate it and review it, and then they can come to us with a recommendation, one way or the other. But I just don't think we're going to make that decision here today.
Thank you for that feedback.
But I would encourage you to work with staff, do kind of an application or a letter or something, and then we'll see where that goes. I've always been a fairly big supporter of 211. I think it does offer a service that no one else around here does. So I would, the Veterans Council came in flat, but if we gave them their 8.8%, that'd be about $8,000. So it'd be in the same budget range. So I don't have a problem granting them their request too at 18.5. That's just where I am.
I think that we need to be very careful because we have a policy for these particular groups that caps them at the API. And I know Mental Health Association actually wanted to ask for a much larger, and they didn't because of the cap. So the reason we have a cap is so we don't have these issues of playing favorites amongst our nonprofits that we fund. I'm not comfortable doing that. If we were going to do that, I would rather open it up to everybody to come in and ask for what they want and then go from there. But I would rather look into the future, moving them to a different fund where they have maybe more flexibility. But I don't think it's appropriate to do that with this fund because we already have a policy in place with how we deal with them. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moss?
I agree with Commissioner Adams.
Okay.
I am consistent with that, Mr. Chairman. I did speak with some of the requesters, and quite clearly they played by the given rules. They understood they need more. There's a lot more expenses out there. Again, everything revolves around fuel and higher cost of services that are being provided, but they know also by the same token that there are limitations, and that was discussed last year. And if that's the case, we would have to invite all back in to revisit it, and I guess we would have to have an additional workshop.
Okay. Well, so I'm hearing a consensus to not approve beyond the 8.8%. So we'll stick with that as how staff has presented it. But again, I'd recommend you get with staff and on the application to try to move into the quasi nonprofit position.
Thank you for that feedback.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for being here this morning. Good morning, welcome.
I'm Cynthia Ryan. I'm the new executive director at the Veterans Council. On behalf of all the veterans of Indian River County, we thank you for your consideration and support in the transportation program. We did come in at the same request as last year, but I do want to take this opportunity to just say what the program is. It provides free transportation for veterans and their caretakers to medical appointments locally, as well as the VA hospital in West Palm Beach. And this is one of our programs that we offer in addition to the direct aid programs. And so this is a critical lifeline for lots of veterans that would otherwise not be able to access medical care, as well as signing up for and receiving additional VA benefits. So we appreciate your support. And if there's any questions.
We really appreciate the job you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, welcome.
Morning. My name is Lindsay. I'm representing United Against Poverty today, and I wasn't going to speak, but I felt like I needed to since I was the only one that didn't get up. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them about our grant application request. I did want to explain the program because it is a little bit different than what we usually request funding for. So this new initiative is called Build Up. It is an expansion of our Success Training Employment Program, otherwise known as STEP, where we take individuals from a variety of backgrounds, whether they simply don't really know what new career they're looking into, or those who have workforce barriers, such as previous incarcerations, or so on. And the new Build Up program, we are partnering with Treasure Coast Manufacturers Association, as well as the Treasure Coast, I do apologize, Builders Association, to let participants get hard skills, to send them to 5 days of paid training and 3 days of emotional intelligence training so that they are ready to immediately enter the workforce. And our funding that we have requested is to help our program staff do this needed outreach, to find the participants who need this service so they can be paired with local trades organizations, to have our local employers be fully staffed, as well as have our participants get off government benefits that will free up tax dollars. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I don't think so, but I know that you all are, it seems like you're rolling out an endless number of programs to help people, so thank you all very much for everything you're doing for the community.
Thank you. Yeah, we try very hard, and we're very proud of what we do.
Yeah, absolutely, so good. Well, thank you for being here this morning. All right, I think that covers all of the nonprofits. Okay, so we'll move on to the quasis.
Yep, next up we have the quasi-nonprofit organizations. First, we have Senior Resource Association. The recommended budget here is $790,385. This is a 58.1% increase, or an increase of $290,385. As the board will recall, SRA received a CARES Act allocation. So beginning in fiscal year 2021, we were able to decrease the county's allocation and use that CARES Act money to supplement the county's contribution. So we're riding that wave for a little while longer, but I do anticipate that in the next year or so we'll need to be back up to that about 1.2 number that we funded them back in 1920. So this is something that we were aware of, and this is part of the plan. Senior resource grants, that's a decrease of the 13 million there. That's just how we budget for the grants. We budget those as we receive them, so the budget is zero next year, and we'll increase those with budget amendments as they're received. Senior services, the administrator recommended budget is $145,463. This is an increase of 12%. Their usage there is up as a result of COVID. Gifford Youth Achievement Center recommended budget is $106,500, or additional $3,500, or 3.4%. Progressive Civic League, no increase request there, level funding at $12,185. Next, we have the Humane Society. The requested budget is $516,000. That's a 5.8% increase, or $28,320. This is per our current contract that we have with the Humane Society. And then lastly, we have Treasure Coast Homeless Services. Again, a flat request there of $15,270.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Kristen?
I have a question.
Commissioner Adams?
The Humane Society, that's our current contract with the changes that we made a couple meetings ago, or the
Yes,
extension?
and it was only for 6 months, but we've just forecasted that out for a year because that's what we have to
Okay.
provide.
And then the Progressive Civic League and GYAC, do we have an agreement with them for, like, can anybody come in and ask to be funded through quasi nonprofit? Like, what is our policy? I'm just curious because I can see more people wanting to.
Sure. I could read the definition if you'd like. So per the outside agency funding policy, quasi-nonprofit agencies provide services the county is mandated to provide by law, legislation, or the county's comprehensive plan. If these agencies did not provide such services, the county would have to provide them instead. Relationships between the county and quasi-nonprofit agencies are typically governed by contractual agreements. And I will say we have leases with them. They operate out of our facilities. We do have contracts with them.
And I guess that's kind of what I was trying to get to, because
It's a major differentiator between like a 211 or United Against Poverty.
Okay, that was kind of where I was trying to get.
We do.
They're in our facilities to an extent, so there's some obligation there. It's not just,
That
you
is-
know, the property association somewhere else that might want to apply for that. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Everybody good? Is there anyone, the audience would like to speak to the quasi-nonprofits? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Karen Deagle, Senior Resource Association. Just want to say thank you to all of you for your support, and to Kristen and Jason for recognizing that we need to start moving it back up to where we were. Unfortunately, we're not going to be getting the same funding that we did through the last couple years. Maybe that's a good thing too, because that means that things are going back to maybe a little bit more normal, or the new normal. So, and appreciate your support for the senior services as well. That really does help us bring dollars down from the state level. So, again, thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the quasi-nonprofits? All right, well, Kristen, I said let's go ahead and keep moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Next, we have the Doris-Lossberg Driver Education Safety Act. The recommended budget here is $49,000. We have only received one request from the school district for the expenses in that fund. So I don't know how you'd like to handle these streetlight districts. I will say that we have increases in 8 of the streetlight districts. As Jason mentioned previously, our FP&L rates are estimated to increase about 15%. So we did need increases in 8 of those districts going forward for next fiscal year.
Well, so, you know, we've implemented a policy that historically the rookie commissioner reads these off, and I know that Vice Chair Ehrman has been practicing this, getting prepared for the budget hearings in September. So if you want to throw that screen back up, or if you're ready to go, Mr. Vice Chairman, you can start reading them. Why don't you give him that screen back up? So
It looks like it's one of the last times.
I don't know. I think that since it's your last budget, maybe you should read.
No, he pulled that on me a year ago.
I tried.
Yeah, I've got something special planned. I want to do it in September, because I must something special planned I want to do your last session, but I'll be glad to do it again in
Yeah, I
my
think
best
you need a little
sports
warm up, a
voice.
little practice, yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Well, we can do it. All right, if everybody will join me on pages 29 through 31 to follow. The street lighting district's assessment rates for the 22-23 budget year. We have the Gifford street lighting district. From $21 to $21 it stayed, had 0 difference. Laurelwood, $35 up to $38 for this coming fiscal year. It's a $3 increase. Rock Ridge, $3, no increase. Bureau Highland Street Lighting District has gone from 34 to 43, a $9 increase. Porpoise Point, $7, no increase. Laurel Court, $39 to $46 proposed for this year, a $7 increase. Tierra Linda, $39 to $48, a $9 increase. Vero Shores, $24 to $29, a $5 increase. Exora Park, $20 to $29, another $9 increase. Royal Poinciana, $39 to $44, a $5 increase. Roseland, $1, remaining at $1, no increase. Whispering Pines, $16, no increase. Moorings, $9, no increase. Walker's Glen, remaining at $20. Glendale Lakes, and I'm proud to say, because this is where I live, we are at no increase, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Okay. Laurelton Beach, $45, no increase. West Wabasso's remaining at $18. Oceanside, $51, and it's staying remaining at $51, and that's a per lot charge. Oslo Park is also a per lot charge, $15.68, increasing to $20 for a $4.32 increase.
Well, very good, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think you're well on your way to the budget hearings.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that was well done. The sad news is that most of the attending audience has found other pastures to graze at, so they didn't really get the appreciation. So I hope that we see more of this, unless we have a large viewing audience today.
Okay. Any other comments on the street lighting districts?
Stella.
Kristen, we'll move on.
Next up, we have the MSBU's. Vero Lake Estate MSBU proposed rate is $50, no change from the current rate. And East Gifford Stormwater MSBU proposed rate is $10. Again, no change in that assessment is being proposed.
Thank you. Commissioners, just a quick update. If you recall, we had approved a assessment program for Oslo Park for the road paving. Upon conversation with the property and we were going to go ahead and establish that assessment district. And then when Rich Spirica comes back to us with the cost estimate, we would plug in the dollar amount of the assessment. Dylan spoke with the property appraiser and tax collector, and their preference was to hold off and not create the assessment district until we have the cost estimate in place. So that's why you don't see it here on any of the budget. Again, we're trying to cooperate with the property appraiser, tax collector. So once Rich has that cost estimate, then the assessment district will be created. So we would forward that. So just an update there. All right, any questions on the two MSBUs? Nope, okay.
All right, next up we have the enterprise funds. We'll start with the golf course. The proposed budget is $4,067,554. This is an increase of about $671,000. As Jason mentioned before, there's an increase in the contract for the greens maintenance. That's about $113,000 of this increase because of the additional rounds that are being played out there. We have more patrons coming through, so they need an increase in their pro shop expenses for the sale of those goods, and also an increase in credit card fees associated with those rounds played. I will say this is one of the areas where we are proposing an increase in fees. $2 increase in 9-hole fees and a $4 increase in the 18-hole fees is what's being proposed for the upcoming fiscal year. Staff estimates this will generate approximately $300,000 in additional revenue, and we do plan to set aside that funding towards the construction of the new clubhouse. Even with these increase in the two rates, we do remain very competitive when compared to the surrounding golf courses. And just a note on the construction of the clubhouse is scheduled to begin in the spring of next year. Hopefully we stay on course there. The CIE does have about $5.5 million for that new facility, and staff will likely come back to you in the spring once we have a better construction number, and we'll likely go out for a bank note there as opposed to a bond, because we do think that we could pay it off in a reasonable amount of time, and that would be the better route for us to proceed down. So next up, we have the building department. The proposed budget is $6,211,079. That's a $642,882 increase. As we've been saying year after year, still struggling to try and fill those building inspector positions. So $100,000 of that proposed increase is for those contracted building inspectors that we hire out to supplement the inspectors that we have on the county team. The building department is also wrapping up a microfilm digitization project. That's an additional $88,000 in the upcoming fiscal year, and they're also proposing to replace 2 pickup trucks. Utilities recommended budget is $54,799,341. This is a decrease of about $12.9 million. As recommended in the Comprehensive Water, Wastewater, and Reclaimed Water Study, an annual CPI adjustment to the utility rates is being proposed this fiscal year. Although the CPI was higher, we are capped at a 3% increase, so that is what staff is proposing to implement. That'll bring the utility about an extra $1 million for the next fiscal year. As mentioned earlier, inflation and supply chain issues impact the utility. As Jason said earlier, chemical costs are rising. They also see an increase in their fuel and electric for an additional $897,000 combined for the utility alone. We are showing a decrease in that fund. That's due to the Wellfield expansion project and the South County RO project that were programmed into the fiscal year 21-22 budget, so taking those out is the reason for this decrease. The utilities budget does contain the addition of 1 net full-time position, as well as $1,425,000 in deferred capital and maintenance expenses. And lastly, I would like to note that as of October 1 for this new budget, we will be debt-free in the utility, which is something to be celebrated. So moving on to bigger and better things there. Utilities impact fees, proposed budget is $3.4 million, a decrease of about $1.2 million. This is just a product of the rollovers from the previous fiscal year, the projects that were completed in 21-22.
Very good. Any questions for Kristen?
We can't say hip hip hooray about that.
Sure.
I mean, the utility thing, don't get too excited.
You can get excited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Adams?
I would just, the only comment I'll make is kind of the same comments that were made during the Public Works and Transportation budget is, you know, utilities is one of those, I know these are enterprise funds, but utilities is one of those that if we're not putting the money in that needs to be put in to make sure our infrastructure is doing well, we're going to be in a lot of trouble down the way. There's additional state requirements through DEP and other agencies that are impacting what utilities can and cannot do. That's going to require us to seek different solutions. And just growth in general is going to push more need for making sure utilities is funded properly and they're staying on top of all that kind of capital output that we need to do. So I know utilities isn't anything that most people get super excited about, but it is if you don't have the bones for your system, you're out of luck. And this is one of those departments and funds that I think, just like Public Works, is vitally important for us to make sure we're funding appropriately. Again, I do know it's the enterprise fund, but we just need to make sure we're thinking long-term and planning. Septic to sewer conversions is a huge thing right now, and they are getting more and more expensive. And the grants that we have used and the cost share that we have used to help offset some of those projects is getting more and more constrained. And not only constrained, but with lots and lots of strings attached. So at some point, we're going to, in my opinion, have to look at how we fund those and different options there, and that might be something that we'll need to talk about in future years, because as we are required to do more of them, then they become more expensive. That pass on to the resident is to the point where it precludes a lot of them from wanting to take advantage. And now we're under a situation statutorily where if we go for St. John's funding and those types of things, we have to have mandatory hookup. And none of us have ever really wanted to be that person that says, you have to do this and you have to hook up. And if we're not trying to figure out that funding mechanism for the future, we're going to be behind the 8 ball on that. So my 2 cents for the day, but I love utilities just like I love the landfill, so woohoo.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Moss.
Just had one quick question. On, Spoonbill Marsh, the amount decreased by about 25%. Could you address that? It's like a decrease of $253,042 on Spoonbill Marsh.
Here, hold on just a second. So Spoonbill Marsh is decreasing because we had a $350,000 power feed last year, which I assume is a piece of equipment.
Oh, okay. So
Because it was a
purchase
one-time
last year.
purchase,
I see.
the budget is decreasing for next year.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't chime in on the transportation because you and Commissioner Adams said it so well, but I'm going to say what she said about the utilities, same thing. I mean, I think it's very well said. I think it's a good point that we need to really be with the transportation and utilities, really need to do those things. So good remarks.
And thank you. And I agree on it wholeheartedly with what you're saying on utilities. We're going to have to continue to make those investments. I think over the last few years, we've really been doing a good job of the renewal and replacement, because that's something that overall nationwide is an issue. You know, there's old lines sitting in the ground and they're out of sight, out of mind. What we've been trying to do is make sure that we're following up and doing that stuff and prioritizing where to spend the money. You know, we've got some, like the RO membrane project going on right now, $11 million. Fortunately, we got the $3 million from the state for the Exora sewer line replacement project, but we've got many of those, and they are expensive. Fortunately, we're in a good financial shape. As Kristen mentioned, with that debt service going away, that gives us a little more flexibility, and we're going to continue driving those towards that renewal and replacement. But also, as we're growing, we're going to have facility expansion needs here over the next several years, and those are more expensive than ever. And I think we've got a good plan to pay for those. We're debt-free now. You never know if there's another big expenditure. We may not be able to stay debt-free, 5 years from now, but right now we're in a good place, and we take those words seriously that you're saying, and agree wholeheartedly that we've got to make the investment in the utility to basically keep what we have in good shape, and then we're also going to have to spend a significant amount to grow the utility to serve our growing community as well.
I see we have building here and utilities. Did anybody want to comment? Or are you all good? Everybody good? Or... You don't have to. Just thought if you wanted to.
Well, we feel obligated to.
Yeah, now. You've been sitting there all morning. You might as well say something.
Sean Leesky, Utilities Director. I did just want to thank Jason and Kristen for all the work they do. I mean, they work tirelessly over the last several months to get this together and put this forward. And you noticed that there's a decrease in our budget, but we've got a lot of things that we're working on. And as Jason mentions, the R&R program, we're looking at a lot of preventive maintenance. And I know Vinny was big on that. I'm big on that. I actually think we take it a step further and look at predictive maintenance. Where do we need to spend our money the most and the most effective use of that money? But as we move forward, I think we are going to have to look at where we're growing and how we're growing. And so I greatly appreciate your comments, and it's good to hear that support. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
And I'll be quickly as well. Cindy Correnti, Indian River County Utilities Manager. And in addition to thanking Jason and Kristen for their support. I want to thank our team of managers that I work with directly. We have some great folks representing all our individual departments. It's a very collaborative effort that we go through beginning earlier in the year. Actually, we already have our wish list for next budget year. I always make a folder on our F drive, and we start keeping notes of things we know we need next time around very early in the year. But we have a great team of managers out there. I think you're all in good hands. I'll start next year's budget. I won't be here to finish next year's budget myself, but I think you're in good hands with that management team, and I just want to thank all of them for working so hard, because they take very seriously maintaining our system and trying to do it in the most effective and efficient way. They work really hard to find better ways to do our day-to-day maintenance and to keep things in good shape. So again, I just want to thank everybody for all their support.
Where are you going, Cindy?
I'm retiring.
No. You can't retire. Really?
I want to be out fishing and
You're gonna
diving
fish
for lobsters.
So you're going to be the
We
chaperone.
might hook up too.
At
yeah.
least there'll be somebody mature on the boat. Thank
So
you.
much room on the boat.
And I'd be remiss in not thanking Cindy for all of her time. She does a great job, and she's really been very helpful to me as I've come on. I came on right as we kind of jumped into the budget process, and I couldn't thank her enough for kind of helping guide me through the process. So thanks to her as well.
Very good.
Thank you, Sean.
Mike, anything on the golf course? Are we good?
Golf course is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Golf course is better than it's ever been, as you all know. Lots to look forward to in the future. But I am glad you asked, because there is one disclosure. We do have a proposed increase in our maintenance contract that is not, that will come in the form of an addendum to you in August. That's not required, but they have reached out to us citing a very detailed justification for increase in their, due to mostly their chemical applications and turf management practices that are beyond their control. And so we'll be bringing that to you in August. We did budget for it. I honestly over-negotiated the contract. It's very solid. It only provides for 1% increase. Doesn't allow them to ask for anything until 2025, but they have convinced Bella and I, and reluctantly Jason, to entertain this increase. And then Jason, I think as of today, is supportive of an increase that we'll bring to you in August.
And I will say, several of us were out there 3 weeks ago for the Vietnam Veterans annual Mary Snyder tournament, and the course was in gorgeous shape, very well organized, very well run. So Bella and his staff should be commended for doing a fantastic job out there, and the maintenance company, because the course
ITM is a big part of
the course is in really great shape. So very good. All right, thank you. Scott or Phil, anything on building, or are you guys good? Okay.
Wraps it up.
All right, so why don't we, Kristen, why don't we knock out internal service funds real quick, and then we'll break for lunch?
Sure. Next up, we have internal service funds. We'll start with fleet management. The proposed budget there is $4,174,215. This is an increase of $275,000. The increase there is largely because of the increase in fuel prices. This is where the departments all receive their fuel from, so we need to up the rates, the expense there to cover the increase in rising fuel costs. Risk management proposed budget is $7,386,820. That's a $679,276 increase. As the board is aware, back in April, we came before you with the overall 14% increase in the property, liability, and workers' comp insurance renewal, and that is just reflective of this. Employee health insurance. Proposed budget is $30,230,581, an increase of $352,205. Good news is no increase in employee or employer contribution rates there. I will say that the increase there is largely due to the stop loss renewal that we're being faced with. There is an increase in that renewal. And then lastly, information technology. Proposed budget is $4,886,000. $895,350. This is an increase of about $304,000. This is mainly for increased software renewals, increased depreciation costs due to the recently implemented IT upgrades, as well as $404,000 in proposed capital items such as computers, laptops, new AV equipment for these chambers, as well as a new backup storage solution.
And I see our IT director, Dan Russell, is here, and I just want to state for the record that earlier today, there was absolutely no discussion about a blank check. The minutes will reflect, it was never talked about. And yeah. All right, any questions on these internal service funds, commissioners?
My message to Jason is give Dan whatever Dan wants.
No, shh, shh. He's here right now, he's here. Dan, did you have any comments you'd like to provide?
Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. Oh, it's actually afternoon.
You're right, it is. Gosh, time's flying. Good afternoon, thank you. The only comment I have is thank you for the continued support. It's been terrific. You know, it's amazing that 2.5 years have gone by that I've been with the county now. With your support and with the support of county administrator and my fellow directors, it's been amazing. We've been able to modernize the county's infrastructure and increase our cyber resiliency, and it's just been a great time doing it. So thank you for your continued support. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for all you're doing, too.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Moss.
I just want to say, Mr. Russell, while you're here, thank you for taking us to outer space. That Earth link at Gifford Youth Achievement Center was completely amazing. And thank you for making that happen.
Really a pleasure to work with the GOIAC on that, and it was a great.
What a project. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome.
God bless.
Okay, anybody else? We're good? Okay, well, commissioners, we're going to take a break for lunch, and we need to be back here time certain at 1:30 for the public hearing on the solid waste disposal district. So we'll see you back at 1:30.
Big crowd.
Yeah. We will call the budget workshop back to order. It's 1:30. We have a time period certain for a public hearing for the solid waste disposal district. And Dylan, I'd go ahead and open the public hearing now, or public hearing is open. And Jason.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Board. We have, this is the public hearing for the Solid Waste Disposal District. The proposed budget for SWID is $22,142,998. That is an increase of a little under $2.7 million from the current year budget of about $19.5 million. This is one area where we have an increase in our assessment on the residential WGUs and the commercial WGUs of 8.8% and 15.8% respectively. So a residential ERU is an equivalent residential unit. So that's what a single family home pays. These are just the same amount for every home. So there's no, whereas on millage, you've got different taxable values or whatever. Every home pays the same here. The current residential ERU charge is $135.62. The proposed assessment would be $147.49. That's an increase of $11.87 a year, or just under $1 a month. And as I said, the commercial WGU's current year is $47.64. Next year is $55.19. SWID is facing increased costs like everywhere else. Many of the contracts we have a CPI inflator, so those are all increasing by 3%, which is the cap on them. That is a cost of about $336,000 alone. I will point out that that one of the things that we're working on is a rate study for SWID. We have been working on that. We were hoping to have something ready for this year. We're continuing to work on that. We wanted to make sure we get it right rather than get it out now. So that model hasn't been updated since 1995. So waste generation characteristics have changed a lot during that time. So if you just think over the last few years with Amazon and all those types of things, the changes in shopping habits, from retail to Amazon being one instance, all of the stuff we went through with COVID and the changing patterns there, if you multiply that out across the last, 20 years plus, you get the last time we had a change in our model, figuring out how much waste is generated by the different land use types. As evidence of that, our WGUs, the units that we have, are going up by 0.6%. Meanwhile, we're experiencing a 9% increase in flow. So that model's just not capturing that. So I think when we bring that model back before next fiscal year, that's going to address some of these things. The other thing we haven't done is addressed our tipping fees in a long, long time. And some of those tipping fees are well below the market. So we need to basically make sure that we are charging the right amount, because those tipping fees offset this assessment. So if we charge $500,000 in tipping fees, that's $500,000 less that we have to assess to our folks out there. Another cost driver that we have is the leachate treatment process, which is an increase of $900,000 in expense. With that, that is the summary of what is going on in the solid waste disposal district. Oh, I do want to mention that we do have funding for household hazardous waste building, as well as the recycling facility that we have in either the current year or next year's budget that we plan to move forward on with those projects over the next year. So with that, that's it for solid waste. So I'm available for any questions.
Commissioners? Jason, the only question is on the revenue side. I don't see where we're factoring in any yet from the landfill gas to natural gas, and probably because they won't even be hardly up and running till the end of the budget year. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that is the other side of that. So we've got the $900,000 expense for the leachate. The general thought was we were going to be able to do that new thing for the leachate treatment. It was going to cost us, a little under $1 million more. The RNG facility, once it gets up and running, the projected revenues there are about $1 million or so. That hasn't happened yet. They're contract requires them to proceed one way or the other by June 2023. So that probably won't be in place for this next fiscal year. We certainly didn't want to budget for it, but we're hoping that, come 23, 24, we'll be able to have that some revenue there to offset some of the other costs. So we think that will help going forward.
Makes sense.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions on solid waste? Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on the solid waste disposal district budget?
Two podiums.
Hearing none and having given ample opportunity for the public, close the public hearing. And Commissioner Fleischer.
No public present.
Well, they're technically members of the public.
Okay. All right, we stretch.
All right, so I guess we'll move on.
All right, next up we have the miscellaneous funds. We'll start with the traffic improvement fees fund. The proposed budget is $4,223,752. That is a $2.7 million decrease. The decrease is mainly due to completed projects in the previous fiscal year. We've programmed in year 2 of the current CIE, and as projects are not completed, we'll roll them into 22-23 as needed. The same holds for the next 2 traffic impact fee funds. Additional traffic impact fees, proposed budget is $4 million, a decrease of about $1.8 million. And traffic impact fees 2020, those are the new 2 district of impact fees. The proposed budget is $8.5 million, a decrease of $8.9 million. Next, we have the rental assistance fund. The proposed budget is $3,260,183. That is a $50,514 increase. And that is mainly due to additional housing vouchers. Next, we have secondary roads construction, $6,906,945, a $1,845,000 decrease, followed by tree ordinance fines. Excuse me, choking over here. Proposed budget is $120,000 or,
Remember, your daughter's watching here, Kristen.
I know, right? No pressure.
This is why my kids don't watch anymore.
Yeah, that's fine.
That Panera at lunch.
I'll read it for you.
An $80,000 decrease. Tourist Development Fund, the proposed budget is $1.4 million. As you all are aware, back in June, the board voted and approved the increases that the TDC recommended. That is an additional $337,000 for Fund 119. Fund 120, 911 Surcharge Fund, the proposed budget is $1.2 million, an $11,113,000 increase. They're proposing additional software and telephone expenses in that fund. Next, we have the Drug Abuse Fund. That's level funding there of $50,000. We have the SHIP budget, $1,803,651, a slight decrease there of $6,742. And lastly, we have the NPO. Proposed budget is $834,936. This is a $227,000 increase. I will say we are proposing to add a planner position there, and then also we have a TDP major update happening, which is driving the costs up in that fund. So more miscellaneous funds on this next slide. Native Uplands Acquisition Fund. The proposed budget is $75,000. This is an increase of $12,642. This again is a second year of the proposed CIE, and those are for improvements at Cypress Bend. Beach restoration, proposed budget is $2.6 million. That's a large decrease there of almost $18 million. That is because we are finishing Sector 3, well, have finished Sector 3 in the current fiscal year, and we don't have another major beach restoration project planned for the upcoming fiscal year. Fund 129, Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. The proposed budget is zero. This is about a $300,000 decrease. That's just because it's a grant, and whatever proceeds are left over from the previous fiscal year, they'll just be rolled into 2023 at a later date via a budget amendment. Fund 130, Neighborhood Stabilization Plan 3, level funding there at $10,000. Florida Boating Improvement Program, $267,500 for the proposed budget. That's a $2,500 decrease there. Disabled Access Programs, $20,000 level funding. Intergovernmental grants. The proposed budget is $880,092. Unfortunately, by the time the budget was published, we did not have that agenda item that you all had just approved, I believe, last Tuesday for those grants. So we'll have to go back and handle those via a budget amendment for the specific grants that were just approved with those dollar amounts. Next, we have the ARP fund. That's a decrease of $13.6 million. Again, whatever is left at that fund at the end of fiscal year 21-22 will just roll into 22-23, but we don't know what that amount is, so we just budget zero for the next year. CARES Act, similar again with the rollover, a decrease of $3.5 million, as a $0 budget is proposed there. Court Facility Surcharge Fund, these fund portions of the state agencies in the general fund that you had heard from earlier this morning in the presentation. Court Facilities Fund proposed budget is $116,936. That's a decrease of $3,264. We're seeing a decrease in revenues collected in that fund, and then also in Fund 141. The additional court costs fund, the proposed budget is $90,000. That's a decrease of $5,583,000. Next, we have the Court Technology Fund. The proposed budget is $590,135. That's an increase of $149,092. And then lastly, we have the Land Acquisition Series 2006. The proposed budget there is $0. We have come very close to spending the entire fund balance that we have left over for those bonds in that fund. So if for any reason the funds aren't exhausted in the current fiscal year 21-22, whatever is left over, once we know that amount, once the fiscal year is closed, we'll roll that balance into 22-23, and I anticipate 22-23 would probably be the last year that we see that fund in the budget. Next up, we have the other debt capital funds. We'll start out with the Dodger bonds. There's no change there. The proposed budget is $500,000. This is the debt service on the Dodger bonds that we have that is serviced just by the state contribution that we receive each year. Those bonds mature in 2031. Next, we have the Jackie Robinson Training Complex. The proposed budget is $800,000. This is a decrease of $1,984,722. This decrease is due to the contract modification that we did in 21-22, where we gave MLB that $1.2 million to fund the press box, the concessions, and then also the restrooms. Optional 1-cent sales tax, the proposed budget is $39,611,586. This is a decrease of almost $34 million. Again, this funds the second year of the board-approved CIE, and the decrease is just due to the rollovers of projects that were allocated in the 21-22 budget. And here we have the infamous aggregate millage again that Jason had mentioned a little bit earlier. The 2021-22 rate is 6.1226. The proposed rate is 6.1286. The rolled back rate is 5.5195, and the difference between the rolled back rate and the proposed is 0.6091. And again, this aggregate millage rate is not a millage rate that anyone specifically pays. It's just an average, and it's used for illustrative purposes to compare the year-to-year overall millage rate, you could say. I think that takes us to the end.
Just, Commissioners, any questions on the miscellaneous funds or on the capital projects? Okay.
Jason, what is the, what's the revenue on the optional sales tax? Is it 20,100,000 is what we collect?
Yeah, it's around $20 million.
9/11, what about the 9/11 surcharge? What's the revenues on, what do we collect on that? I didn't see that. I'm just,
Yep.
what do we collect on the 9/11 surcharge?
So the revenue programmed into the budget for 22-23 and optional sales tax is an even 22 million.
Okay, what about the 9/11 surcharge?
9/11 surcharge, sure.
We got 785,000 budgeted in revenue on page 50. I believe you had this up. Right.
Yes, so in total, the fund is 1.2 million. The wireless brings us $450,000. The non-wireless brings us $235,000, and the prepaid cell phones bring us $100,000 even.
Okay, good. It was just for my information, that's all. I just didn't know what those figures were until I saw the 1 cent sales tax. Awesome.
All right, so you want to do your recap of villages?
Sure. So we have, first, the overall budget is $451,964,531, a decrease of $90.3 million from the current year. The general fund proposed millage is 3.5475, which is the same as current, or 11.03% above rollback. The proposed budget is $118,399,287, a decrease of $2.3 million. So the general fund is where we should probably discuss the court admin. We had the question on court administration funding. So there may be a wires crossed or communications question there. So just going back, the court admin had requested a budget increase of, I think, about 74%. We had said that's a lot to bite off in 1 year. I had a conversation with Howard Tipton, the county administrator from St. Lucie County, and he had offered to speak to Judge Swab, the chief judge, about a proposal where we would fund some of the required things that they really have to do right now, like the e-warrants program, and then the other stuff would be split over 2 years. So we'd fund half of it this year and half of it next year. That was the proposal. My understanding that I got back from Howard was that Judge Swab had agreed to that. Subsequent to that, we did get a revised budget from the court admin. That was a lower amount. That's the amount we put into the budget. There seems to be lack of clarity whether that was a meeting of the minds or not. And the thought was that was an idea or a concept, so they were viewing that as a scenario that maybe us or Okeechobee or St. Lucie or Martin might want a smaller funding amount. That's what the court admin staff had said. So there seems to be a little bit of lack of clarity on what everybody has agreed to. I will say that the four of us have an interlocal agreement where we share the costs, and that basically governs that the county that provides the lowest funding level is what sets the amount. Because if Okeechobee is only paying a certain amount or St. Lucie is only paying a certain amount, the other counties are only responsible for whatever that is. So it has the effect of basically of the four counties, the one that provides the lowest amount kind of sets what the budget has to be. So since there's lack of clarity on this, so that we can get closure on this today, County staff offered that we believe we could leave the amount that's in there for now. And we had offered that if Martin and St. Lucie and Okeechobee provide the full funding, then we would recommend bringing the full funding back to our board, and then increasing the amount. So the difference in funding what the revised request was of $537,000 and change, going with the highest request we had gotten from them was about $644,000. That would be a difference of $106,000. So what I would propose is that we go with the current amount of funding, and if Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie do provide the full funding, we would match it. Or if they provide something between here and there, we could match that low the bar there, so that we've got closure, and we could fund that from. We'll bring back a proposal for the funding difference there. Yeah, we can do that, we can do that via budget amendment.
Okay, and that would just come out of contingency, or?
Yeah.
And where, like I'm looking on page 20 under state agencies, where exactly is this 537?
So there's multiple funding sources. The amount you're seeing on page 20 is how much we fund out of just the general fund. If you go to page 131 of the packet, you will see the funding breakdown. So if you look at page 132 has the total amount. So in the current year, we're funding $375,000 total for court administration. $225,000 of that is general fund, and then the rest is spread across those court funds, court technology, local options, and court facilities. So what we're recommending is at the moment is $537,585, which is an increase of $161,000 or 43%. What their original request was $644,264.
Of our share of the circuit.
That would be our share. So then if you look at page 133, you can see a page that shows what staff believed was a revised request, but court admin believes was a scenario. So if you look, the total for the circuit is $2,523,441 at the bottom right corner there. Our share is $537,585. That's where our number came from. But we had an earlier version. Their initial request was for $644,000 from us out of a larger total. And I will say,
that was like 70-something%.
Is about a 74% increase.
And the reason, the breakdowns in these special revenue funds, those are maxed out. So that's why Jason was saying any increase that we come back to you all with will have to come from the general fund, because all of those other miscellaneous revenue funds, they can't bear any more expenses. So it would have to solely be funded by the general fund. And that's another, unfunded mandate that we pick up in the general fund.
Yep, and I'll jump off on that. So I'll get on my soapbox a little bit here about court funding. So in, I think, 1998, the voters of Florida passed a ballot initiative to have the state fund the court system. So after about 7 years, the state got around to redoing what they call Article 5. It was a revision to Article 5 of the state constitution that said the state's going to fund the court system. After that, the counties retain some responsibilities, providing facilities. The courthouses, they're ours, okay? They also said we need to provide court technology, so computers and phones and all that kind of stuff. And then there's local options and some various other things that can be done. What they also did is the way the state was funding it was they provided a revenue stream. That's what the court technology fund is. So if you go down and have a document recorded at the courthouse, you get charged $4 a page. $1.90 of that goes to the circuit, to the clerk of the court for something for their IT needs. 10 cents goes somewhere to the state or something. $2 comes to the county. We fund the IT needs of circuit court, state attorney, public defender, guardian ad litem. That $2 is not sufficient to fund all their needs. So we've been dipping out of the general fund for years on that. So we're doing that. I think this is something that should be fixed by the state. I doubt they're going to fix it, but I'll just have my little soapbox. The other thing I'll say is the things that they're doing are good things. You know, a lot of this ask is to support the Veterans Court, the Mental Health Court, the Drug Court. These are all good things. So like judges and the JAs and Patty Harris, who was here, they're all state employees. The state has to pay them as part of their responsibility. But what they're asking us for are the people to support those alternative courts, which says that those are our county responsibilities, which is consistent with the law they passed. But what I will say is those courts, besides being a good thing for the community, so that's why we fund them, they also take load off of the traditional court, because if somebody goes into Veterans Court or they go into Mental Health Court, they're not going over to Circuit Court or County Court. So we're inherently picking up what otherwise would be a state responsibility. So I'll just say all that because I feel like I need to. And we keep getting asked to make up for that which the state is not doing, that I believe is their responsibility, that I believe that the voters of the state of Florida voted to have that be a state responsibility. So with that, you know, we understand that they have been kind of trying to live within the means of what the state has, and I don't dispute their need for the additional dollars, and I support it. But you know, our ask was to kind of spread that over a couple of years, and I thought we had agreement on that, but we were playing a bit of the telephone game, so we'll kind of firm that up, and then kind of see what the other three counties do as well.
Okay. And then we'll just handle that at the budget hearings and then do a transfer from contingency if we end up having to pay more?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay. Good with that?
And so that would be general fund. That would leave the general fund budget the same. MSTU, proposed millage is 1.1506 mils, no change, but 11.1% above rollback. The proposed budget is $44,259,621, an increase of a little under $4.5 million. I don't think we talked about any. I don't think anything was up in the air on that one. Transportation fund proposed budget is $21,522,509, an increase of a little under $2.2 million. It does not have its own millage, but since it is supported by the general fund and MSTU, we present it as part of the taxing funds. Next is the Emergency Services District. Proposed millage 2.3531, no change from the current, also 10.9% above rollback. The proposed budget's $52,044,363, an increase of $1.5 million. Something I neglected to mention the first time around is we are, like with the Sheriff's Office, we're prioritizing public safety. We have funds set aside for hopefully what we think is a good compensation package to help ensure that we're competitive from a recruitment and retention standpoint, because like with the Sheriff's Office, fire rescue, we want to make sure that we're able to attract and keep the best there. When someone dials 911, we want to make sure they're going to have the best response there. So just wanted to mention that, but I don't think we talked about any changes there. So that is it for Emergency Services District. And consider any proposed changes to the amendment, and consider adopting the proposed millage rates.
Okay. Commissioners? Anybody want to step up and?
Sorry. I will be happy to, because I didn't eat cake, so I'm not on a sugar decline. But, I'll be happy to make a motion to adopt the proposed millage rates.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher to adopt the proposed millage rates. Any comment from the public? Seeing none? All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0. And we have our 2 September budget hearings coming up. The preliminary budget hearing will be Wednesday, September 14th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. in the BCC chambers. And the final budget hearing will be Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, at 5:01 p.m. at the BCC chambers. And with that, Kristen and Jason, great job. Went pretty smooth. I think we're in good shape. So thank you for all your hard work, and unless there's anything else for the good of the community, we're adjourned.